Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Mappas today, though enters this match as the top choice. Phantom's overall win rate is looking very strong throughout this current season. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into today's series. We'll have to see if Vortex can adjust his positioning to slow this down. We're taking a quick timeout, but stay tuned for more Mappas action between Vortex and Phantom. And we are back in the action, with Phantom holding a one-round lead over Vortex. Vortex looks completely displaced early on. What a scramble! He clings to life with a tiny bit of health after that chaotic brawl from the ramp. The underdog is refusing to just fold early. Phantom's on a roll, extending his lead to 3-1. He's definitely playing like the heavy favorite right now. Phantom is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 4-1 lead. That was lightning fast, barely a second of action. Vortex secures this one from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in the fight. He's proving it won't be a walk in the park for the favorite. What a nail-biter! He barely survives that chaotic trade, staying alive by a fraction of a heartbeat. He's really starting to put the pressure on now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit, and we are all square now. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Phantom quickly shuts that down, picking him off the ramp to take a narrow lead. He refuses to go away, securing the tie and bringing this back to a dead heat. Phantom claws back the advantage with a 6-5 lead. The favorite is making sure the lead doesn't slip away. Phantom is just too sharp, catching Vortex right as he tried to push from the ramp. He's really justifying that top seed expectations today. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-5. You know, the favorite is definitely showing why he was tipped to win this one. Vortex did manage one solid 3-round run, but he needs more consistency to close this gap. Fresh start! Let's see a comeback. Phantom is just in total control now, shutting down Vortex's attempt to push from the ramp. He really seems to have the upper hand on this matchup. Phantom has now won 4 rounds in a row. It's a stark contrast to the earlier momentum shifts we saw in the first half. He's really solidified a stranglehold on this series. The question now is if Vortex has any answers left. A total shutdown. He just needs a single round now to walk away with the victory. He's completely tightened his grip on this set. And there it is. Phantom closes it out with a clean finish to secure the map. A quick response from Vortex to get back on the board. A clean, decisive strike to stop that run. Absolutely wild. He manages to hold his ground from the ramp, barely clutching the win after that heavy exchange. Another clean take, and he's now riding a serious wave of momentum. He's really starting to claw his way back into this. What a finish. Phantom closes the door with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Vortex definitely had some flashes of brilliance throughout this one, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. An impressive showing by Phantom to wrap this up. Welcome everyone, we have a great matchup on Fast Aim today between Catalyst and Phantom. Let's see who comes out on top. Phantom is showing why he's currently the best player on our ladder, and it helps that he has a 68% win rate on this map. It's a huge advantage compared to the struggles Catalyst has faced in the same environment. We'll see if the rank 3 seed can close that gap. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really leaning on that confidence from their previous clash today. Absolutely effortless. He's outclassing the opposition right now with that quick reflex shot. He's just completely untouchable right now, walking away with a 4th straight win without taking a single point of damage. And there it is. Phantom finally manages to dig in and stop the run. We're seeing a bit more of a fight from the favorite now. Both players were fighting for height, but he comes out on top with another quick hit. A massive shift in energy as the underdog's grip starts to slip. Catalyst has taken the match series head-to-head recently, winning 4 of their last 5 clashes. That's a huge mental shift for him, given how much the historical records favor his opponent. It'll be interesting to see if this psychological edge holds as the gap widens. He handles the exchange perfectly from the ramp to keep the run alive. A tough run for the world #1 right now. A quick encounter here and the favorite looks completely fresh heading into the break. The world #1 looks determined to secure this half. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's performing exactly as we expected him to. He just needs to keep his focus to maintain this cushion. Let's see if Phantom can regroup. Phantom claws back one more, trailing by just 3. He's currently riding a strong 24-12 wave across all his games today. Catalyst is just everywhere right now, securing another quick one from the toolbox. He is truly playing like the top 3 seed right now. Catalyst keeps his foot on the gas, securing that clear advantage from the ramp. He looks completely unfazed, despite that huge career lead in their head-to-head. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 10-6. He's definitely reminding everyone why he's currently the top seed. Catalyst makes quick work of him here, effectively shutting down the angle from the ramp. He's really making the most of those recent victories over the world number 1. That was incredibly quick, really just a flash of movement and a click from Phantom. Phantom is really putting on a clinic here, closing the gap with some impressive speed. A rare occasion to see the world's best trailing by 3. Phantom is on a tear now, knocking him off the ramp to secure his 3rd straight victory. The momentum has completely swung toward the trading side. A precise reaction from Catalyst to halt that comeback attempt, putting him just 1 step away from victory. A really clean stop to kill that momentum. Unbelievable! He shuts everything down to secure the match victory. He just completely flipped the script on this one, overcoming the odds to prove he's the man for the job today. Welcome to the Dunes map. We've got Vortex and Catalyst stepping up to see who takes the win today. Catalyst holds a strong 58% historical win rate against his opponent, and he seems to have the mental edge after winning their most recent encounter. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can lean on his better performance history on this specific map to fight back. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taking over this early stage of the match. The rank 3 player is making this look easy right now. He's just untouchable right now, taking total control of this opening stretch. He just find a way through as that win streak climbs to 5. He's playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. He is simply refusing to let up, claiming another victory to secure a 6-round lead. He's mirroring the result of their last encounter perfectly. Whoa! What a scramble! He barely survived that trade, clutching the victory with a tiny bit of health left. Vortex is sitting just behind Catalyst on the ladder, being rated number 4 overall. So while the gap in skill is minimal, we are seeing a surprising shift in momentum here. He's finally starting to close the gap after a rough start. Vortex really played that perfectly, utilizing the height to get the better of him. He's looking to shake off that loss to Phantom and get back in it. Vortex keeps climbing, narrowing this lead to just 3. He's fighting against a really tough all-time head-to-head deficit. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's just proving why he was the projected winner here. He has the momentum, but we'll see if Vortex can use his map experience to put up a fight. Fresh sides, let's get back into it. Catalyst is nearly there, guiding the score to 9-4. His current form is definitely showing through today. Vortex just clawed one back to make it 5-9. Vortex is clearly determined to shake off that recent result against Phantom. These exchanges are happening so quickly, it's essentially just a contest of who can react first. Catalyst makes the most of that high ground, just putting a wall up in front of Vortex. Vortex is refusing to go quietly here, showing some serious grit to keep this series alive. It's a tough climb from this position. Vortex is putting on a serious push here, making this a much closer game than anyone expected. He's practically at the finish line after that exchange, moving within striking distance of the victory. What a finish! Catalyst shuts the door on the match and secures the victory. He's really continuing his absolute reign over this rivalry, proving that the head-to-head advantage is real. Welcome to the arena for this duel between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see if the favorite can take this match. Vortex gets the opening round, catching Phantom right as he stepped up onto that ramp. The top seed starts on the back foot. Phantom holds a massive head-to-head lead with over 2,500 wins against Vortex. He's historically the much stronger opponent in this rivalry. It's a huge shock to see him struggle this early on against a player who usually can't keep up. Phantom is really starting to put on the pressure now, taking control of the match after that clean play against Vortex. Expectations are aligning for the #1 seed. Vortex really manages to secure the advantage here, taking that fight from the ramp to move ahead. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Phantom just completely shut him down on that ramp. That's already a pretty strong start to the day for the top seed. Vortex is clinging to a narrow lead at 4-3. He's really fighting through a rough patch lately. Vortex has shifted the pace and now looks far more confident, and honestly, it's a huge departure from his usual performance against a player of this caliber. He's managed to put the best player in our rating on the defensive early on. Vortex just blindsided him right off the boost to extend that lead to 6-3. Tough way to open the day for the world, #1. A strong response here as he claws back another round to keep the gap manageable. He's showing why he usually owns this matchup. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. Coming off a bit of a struggle in his last few sets. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the higher seeded player is comfortably controlling the pace, just like we thought he would. He's managing to keep things steady as they swap sides. Fresh start for both players now. Vortex is just dominating right now, pulling ahead to 8-5. Coming off a rough set against Catalyst earlier today. Phantom keeps hammering away, showing some real grit to narrow the gap. Clean response there to stop the bleeding. He's looking stronger by the second, walking away from that fight without taking a single point of damage. The momentum shift is undeniable given how this match started. What a response! He wins the duel on the ramp to bring the score level at 8-8. Absolute chaos now, as neither man holds the upper hand. A precise burst puts him back in front by 1. That puts an end to a rough afternoon for the top seed. He's refusing to fade away, tying things up with a totally effortless round. Everything is back to a dead heat now. He's continuing this charge, keeping the pressure high to edge into a 1-round advantage. He's just outclassing him right now, stepping up his game to secure another round. He is completely reclaiming his status as the man to beat. Vortex breaks the run, securing a tidy win to close the gap. Surprisingly, the top spot isn't looking entirely untouchable today. He's shaking off that last loss with a high pressure sequence. Vortex digs deep to find the winning shot from the ramp, keeping his hopes alive. That was a razor-thin win to tighten the grip on this series. What a finish! Phantom closes out the series with a perfect final strike to take the match. Vortex really pushed him to the limit this time, almost flipping the script on the world's best. He's definitely gonna be feeling this one. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Catalyst takes on the top-seeded Phantom for a high-stakes 1v1 battle. Phantom has a massive map edge here with a 66% win rate on Italy. It's the perfect place to leverage his experience against a player who usually finds this map difficult. I wonder if Catalyst can shake off that first round loss and push back. Phantom's just starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, making things look simple in these early exchanges. Phantom is absolutely dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. The top seed is making this look effortless so far. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's showing he can definitely trade blows with the favorite. He's putting up a real fight here, closing the gap to just 1 round. The underdog is definitely starting to feel comfortable out there. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script to even things up at 4 apiece. The tables have completely turned from what we expected. He's on fire. That makes 4 straight as the momentum completely shifts in his favor. The top seed is finally feeling the heat. This run just won't stop. He's completely hijacked this match and surged into a 2-round lead. The top seeded player is looking completely lost right now. Phantom recovers his footing here, cutting the deficit down to 1. The best player in the league is finally starting to stabilize. We head into the break all tied up at 6. Well, Catalyst is definitely living up to his reputation as the favorite. He's managing to keep pace with the league leader despite the map disadvantage. Phantom edges back ahead by a single round. The current top seed is really showing why he holds that spot. And we're all squared up again. He is refusing to go away quietly. Absolute chaos as we head into the late game deadlock. Phantom seizes a slim lead as we hit the 15. He's really asserting himself as the top rated name on the ladder. Phantom is clearly in the zone today with a 24-12 record across his matches. It's giving him a huge amount of confidence as he looks to close this out. The question now is if Catalyst can find a way to break this momentum. A total shutdown there. He's locking in now and pulls the score level. The momentum has completely shifted back to the challenger. He's taking control now, raining down shots from the wine to put himself in a 1-round lead. A quick exchange that brings the series right back to a deadlock. He's fighting to reclaim that lifelong head-to-head dominance. The pressure is mounting on Catalyst now that he's lost the lead again. He keeps digging deep, evening the score to 11 apiece in a fierce shootout. The favorite is feeling the pressure now. Another fast one for him, and suddenly Catalyst has everything he needs to end the match right here. What a battle! Phantom manages to claw back into the lead, and we are headed for overtime. Absolutely effortless. He completely outpaced the favorite to take a 1-round lead in this opening set. That was a lightning fast reaction to shut the door. Phantom makes a quick play here, picking him right off the wine to reclaim the lead. A tough spot for the world number 3 to be in. He's refusing to break, digging deep to snatch the lead back in this grueling overtime set. He's just relentless, cleaning up the round to put himself 1 step away from victory. Hard to believe the favorite is slipping this far. Phantom answers back with a perfect shot, keeping his hopes alive for another round. The top seed is fighting for every inch of ground. He secures the win from the wine and now stands just 1 round away from victory. Catalyst keeps the upper hand with a 16-15 lead. Pure deadlock as Phantom forces a tie at 16. Phantom sneaks ahead to take a narrow 17-16 lead. It's been a long road, but he's the one with the historical edge here. Phantom stretches his lead to an 18-16 advantage. The higher seed is proving too tough to shake. Phantom is just relentless, widening the gap to 19-16. He just couldn't close the gap after that wild run through the mid-game. A brutal way to go down in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has consistently held the upper hand in their historical head-to-head matchups. It makes sense given the rating gap between these two top contenders. We'll see if Vortex can actually reverse that trend today. Catalyst is just cruising with a 2-round lead. Vortex is really feeling that 3-match skid right now. Just too fast. He shuts this down instantly, making it 3 straight. A rough start for someone expected to take the lead today. A huge reaction from Vortex, who refuses to go down without a fight. Catalyst holds a commanding 4-1 lead here. The higher seed is clearly feeling comfortable out here. Catalyst is simply dominant, pushing the tally to 5-1. His current form is a nightmare compared to the last few matches. Vortex is fighting through a rough patch, having only won 30% of his last 10 matches. It's interesting because he actually has a better history on this specific map than Catalyst does. We just need to see if he can capitalize on that edge to close the gap. Vortex is finally chipping away at that 6-3 deficit. His win rate here is actually higher than his opponent's. Vortex catches the opponent right off the ramp to keep this rally going. He is really starting to put some pressure on Catalyst. He is completely on fire, taking this one without letting a single bullet touch him. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, the outcome is pretty much in line with what we expected. He's keeping his composure and avoiding any major collapses. Fresh sides, new energy. He's not letting up, narrowing the gap to just 1 round now. The favorite is finally starting to flex those muscles. Incredible! He's completely erased the deficit to bring us level at 7-7. Absolute chaos in the server as the momentum swings back and forth. The surge continues as he takes the lead for the first time tonight. It's a huge shift in energy for the lower ranked player here. The respawn is immediate and we're back to a deadlock. Catalyst claws back a slender lead to make it 9-8. He seems to be consistently finding ways to close these out. A brutal trade-off of shots, but he outlasts the exchange to keep this streak alive. Both of these competitors are having a brutal time with their recent results. He's completely taking over the map, securing a 4th straight victory without taking a single point of damage. Vortex answers back immediately, refusing to let the match slip away. The slight favorite is finally starting to find some stability. He's showing incredible grit, securing another win while staying completely unscathed. The pressure is really building for the high seed now. A perfect sequence to put him one step away from victory. Looking a lot like that top tier rating we saw on the ladder. He manages to outlast that exchange, keeping his hopes alive for an upset. The momentum is shifting in his favor as we close this out. Unbelievable. He's forced the stalemate and this duel is officially heading into overtime. It's all come down to a total toss-up. Neither player is willing to give an inch at this stage. Catalyst is putting the squeeze on him, refusing to give an inch in this overtime battle. He really seems to have his number lately. Vortex answers back with a fast double tap to stay in this game. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite to shut this down. Another perfect sequence for Vortex, who is simply refusing to let this series slip away. The underdog is truly making his mark in this series. Catalyst puts a stop to that run, putting himself just 1 point away from the victory. Vortex is really fighting against the grain here. What a finish! Catalyst outlasts that brutal clash to seal the victory. Just a total nail-biter from start to finish. Vortex really pushed the pace tonight and almost pulled off the upset. What a fight! Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are stepping onto red line for this duel and the favorite looks ready to dominate. Wow, what a scrap! Phantom barely survives, scraping away a victory after dragging Vortex off the ramp. Phantom enters this series as the clear favorite, which is highlighted by his massive 64% lifetime win rate. He is looking a bit shaky right now after that last exchange. It will be interesting to see if he can regain his composure. Phantom is just relentlessly crushing Vortex with that 3-1 lead. Coming off a strong 24-12 day, he's really finding his stride here. Vortex has a chance here. He's refusing to just fold and is keeping this tight. His current placement at the top of the ladder makes this a tough hurdle. Phantom is just too quick for him, cleaning up the ramp to keep his momentum going. The absolute best player on the ladder is showing exactly why he's ranked first. Phantom's holding a slim lead at 4-3 right now. He's certainly trying to flip the script after that close loss earlier today. Phantom really stepped up his game there, picking Vortex right off that ramp to extend his lead. It's looking like a repeat of their last match together. Phantom has a massive historical lead in this matchup, with over 2,500 total wins over his opponent. It's easy to see why he feels so comfortable throughout these early rounds. Vortex really needs to find an answer here before the deficit becomes too large. A quick trade of shots here, but he comes out on top to narrow the gap. He's trying to shake off a rough run of form today. Phantom takes a strong lead at 8-4. I mean, the odds had Vortex as the big favorite, but he is just not keeping up with the pace here. This could easily turn into a landslide. Time for a quick reset. Phantom is firmly in control with an 8-5 cushion. He's really fighting to overcome that recent slump. A fierce duel on the ramp, but he secures another win to keep this comeback rolling. The momentum is shifting completely as the deficit shrinks. Phantom's pulling away now, leading a commanding 9-6. Looking a bit shaky after those tough losses to Catalyst today. Phantom just completely shut that down, catching Vortex right as he tried to hold the ramp. The current form is just brutal for the number 5 seed. Phantom secures another one from the ramp, putting himself in a great spot at 11. The gap in skill looks pretty evident right now. Absolutely effortless. He's now just one round away from closing this out. Just a total blowout from the start. And there it is. Phantom closes the door with a final flurry of shots to take the victory. He looked absolutely untouchable today, just completely dismantling everything Vortex tried to throw his way. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on Phantom for the win. Catalyst claimed the early advantage, catching Phantom right on those toolboxes for a fast start. Phantom is quickly equalizing here, picking him right off the ramp to tie things up. We're seeing that high rating difference play out early on. Goodness, what a scramble! Phantom barely scrapes through that trade with a sliver of health left. He's looking far too comfortable as the top seed today. Catalyst holds the height and takes the duel, showing why he's often the pick in this pairing. Catalyst is sitting pretty with a slim one-round lead. A tough spot for the league leader to be in. Deadlocked at 3 apiece, it's anyone's game now. That huge experience gap usually shows up in the long game. Catalyst is really playing with a lot of confidence right now, taking control from the ramp. The #1 rated player in the world is looking a bit shaky. Catalyst is really starting to put the pressure on keeping Phantom on the defensive after another strong round from those planks. Phantom is far too fast today, just popping up and punishing Catalyst for playing the window. He's showing why he's our top-rated guy right now. Catalyst looks sharp from the ramp, continuing to build a nice lead as we head toward a potential break. Still a bit of a hill to climb given the overall head-to-head lead. Phantom just completely erased him from the wine box, quickly bringing this series right back to a dead heat. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we expected from the heavy favorite. Catalyst is doing just enough to keep the pace against the world #1. Fresh sides, fresh start. Catalyst edges ahead, securing a critical 7-6 advantage. It's been a tough run today for a guy who's typically the A-side favorite. Phantom really just shuts the door on that attempt to hold the ramp, keeping everything perfectly even. It is a familiar result given their head-to-head history. Phantom takes the lead, putting him up 8-7. He secures another effortless kill from the ramp, continuing a very strong run of form. He finds his footing again, securing a tidy win from the ramp. It's a surprising look for the guy usually tipped to lose this duel. Phantom is really asserting himself with that 24-12 record from today. It's clear he's treating this series as just another step in a very successful run. He's simply too consistent right now for Catalyst to keep up. Catalyst finds the opening from the ramp, and now we are looking at a dead heat. The gap between the top 2 seeds is practically non-existent right now. Phantom is starting to pull away here, using the wine box to put some real distance between himself and his opponent. Catalyst is making a huge push here, punishing Phantom for hanging out in the window to close the gap. The momentum is shifting completely. Catalyst is really starting to roll here, grabbing another clean win from the ramp. The world #1 is finally feeling the heat. Another flawless exchange, and Catalyst is now just 1 round away from the victory. Absolute nerves of steel, he shuts down the match point attempt to force a grueling overtime. Phantom just shuts him down on the ramp, taking a commanding lead into this final stretch. The head-to-head history is really starting to tilt his way. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the favorite, who just put together 3 straight rounds. unbelievable efficiency. He simply refuses to let up and now sits on the verge of victory. Absolute closure. He finishes this round with a crisp headshot to seal the series. He really stepped up when the pressure mounted, proving that his map knowledge is just on another level today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off to see who can claim the win today. Catalyst is coming in with a strong head-to-head advantage, having won 58% of their lifetime encounters. It's an edge that's already starting to show given how the first round went. We'll see if Vortex can shake off that historical pressure early on. Catalyst holds the lead, but Vortex is fighting back. That ranking gap is showing as we enter the early stages. Catalyst is really picking up some speed here, keeping the pressure high right from the jump. He's really leaning into that top 5 ranking on the ladder. Vortex reads him perfectly, taking out Catalyst right from the container to keep this tight. A real battle of the titans with 2 of the top 5 on stage. That was a frantic scramble on the ramp, and Catalyst proves once again that he has the faster reaction time today. Vortex is really struggling to find his feet, having lost 5 matches in a row recently. It's a tough slump to fight through when Catalyst is playing with so much confidence today. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can actually turn this around. Vortex answers back with a crisp shot, cutting the gap to 3. He's certainly showing why he sits in the top 5 of our ladder. Catalyst is dominating with a commanding 7-3 lead. The higher seed is really making his presence felt here. Catalyst is simply too sharp right now, using that container spot to keep his momentum rolling. It's a familiar result after their clash on Blame Orange earlier. Catalyst goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage. The favorite is playing exactly as he should be right now. Vortex simply cannot close the gap while he's struggling with his current form. Fresh start for Vortex now. Vortex has found some rhythm, narrowing it to 4-9. That was a lightning fast exchange to get the momentum shifting. Vortex is clawing back, now trailing by just 4. He's fighting for a turnaround after a tough series of results today. An absolute shutdown there, and he has now taken 3 straight. The gap in their overall win rates seems smaller now. He's completely untouchable right now, snapping onto Catalyst on that ramp for another round. He's proving why he was the slight favorite coming into this. The momentum shift is halted as Catalyst secures a crucial win to move back to 10. Vortex secures another point from the ramp, refusing to let this match slip away. Just showing the kind of persistence he's used in his latest wins. Catalyst gets the better of him again, securing that container spot to pull further ahead. He's just refusing to quit, keeping the pressure on as he drags this match further into a contest. This shift in power is making the favorite's claim very interesting. A grueling fight that ends in his favor, putting the match 1 round away from closing. What a shot! He simply refuses to go down without a fight, keeping his hopes alive. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to close this out. He is simply refusing to buckle, stepping up once again to keep this series alive. He is truly proving that the pre-match labels were accurate. Absolute perfection from Vortex, forcing a dead heat at 12 all. Absolute chaos as they head into the final stretch tied up. Just as Vortex seemed to have the upper hand, Catalyst shuts things down with a totally clean finish. It looks like a repeat of their 16-14 clash on Orange. Vortex simply will not break, dragging the set back to a deadlock by picking his opponent off the container. Neither of these players is giving an inch. We've seen a total deadlock in the last few exchanges. It's a really grueling battle for both players right now. A complete shutdown of the opposition's push, putting him just 1 step away from victory. He's really making the most of his current run of form. Absolute composure from Vortex to stop the bleeding and keep this series swinging. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He outlasts the pressure in a tense exchange to bring the score level. An unbelievable sequence of events to bring this to a complete deadlock. Vortex takes a narrow 16-15 lead in this thriller. Total stalemate now as Catalyst forces a 16-16 tie. Catalyst strikes back to lead 17-16. The higher rated man is simply refusing to let this slip. A complete deadlock now with both players tied at 17. Just a sheer stalemate now as they move deeper into the deadlock. Catalyst edges ahead, barely clinging to that 18-17 lead. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. And we are back to a dead, even split. Pure deadlock in a series that just refuses to end. Catalyst claws back the advantage to stand at 19. Unreal, Vortex forces another tie, bringing us to 19-19. Vortex pulls ahead, grabbing the lead at 20-19. Vortex is certainly validating the early predictions today. Pure madness. We are completely locked at 20 apiece. A complete mirror image of the two players' current form. Vortex surges ahead with a narrow 21-20 advantage. The mental fortitude he's shown right now is just incredible. Catalyst strikes back, leaving us tied at 21. Absolute nail-biter as neither side can pull away. Vortex takes the lead again, pushing the tally to 22-21. Catalyst answers right back to level this out at 22. Vortex edges ahead, taking a slim 23-22 lead. He is really making the most of that slight favorite status today. Catalyst answers back, locking this brawl at 23 all. He's definitely playing like the top 3 seed in the world. Vortex surges back in front with a 24-23 edge. This really is an all-out war of attrition. Vortex takes a commanding 2-round lead at 25-23. He finally breaks that losing streak and takes down the higher seed. A monumental performance to turn things around. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We have a great matchup today between Vortex and the top-ranked Phantom. Phantom enters this match with a dominant 64% all-time win rate. And seeing as he just took a decisive victory over Vortex in their most recent duel, the psychological edge is firmly on his side. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can shake that off. total authority now as he secures his 4th straight win, officially taking the lead. Phantom answers back quickly, evening the score at 5-all. We're seeing a real deadlock between these two. A total shutdown of the opponent, pushing his lead to 6-5 just before the break. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece, and honestly, this mirrors the expectations going in. Vortex showed he can hold his own with that 1 4-round surge, but Phantom's higher rank is still evident. Time to see who blinks first. A completely untouched round for the underdog, who's really showing some grit right now. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. We are back to a complete stalemate at 7 apiece. He's been showing why he's currently holding that top spot. Phantom just completely dismantled him from the wine, making things look effortless right now. He's simply too fast right now, extending that run to 3 in a row. The top seed is really starting to separate himself here. Vortex keeps his head high and secures a clean kill from the wine. A quick response that keeps things tense. He's on a roll now, completely flattening the opposition to bring this series right back to a dead even split. Another lightning fast reaction. He's completely taking over this series right now. A fast response here to bring the series back to a deadlock. Vortex snaps back on top, quickly picking him off the wine to lead 11-10. What an incredible turnaround! He's simply unstoppable right now and needs just one more round to seal the deal. A huge stop here for Phantom, keeping his hopes alive by securing a clean win. What a way to force the extra frames! We're headed to overtime after that blindingly fast exchange. Vortex just completely shut him down to regain the lead in this high-pressure overtime. The lower seed is really fighting for the pressure now. Everything is on the line now. We've reached a total deadlock in this overtime battle. Phantom is putting on a clinic with these fast reactions, taking complete control of the overtime push. He refuses to buckle, snatching the momentum back to keep this war perfectly tied. He's refusing to stay down in this grueling overtime. Just as fast as the previous one, he moves to a 15-14 lead. What a finish! Phantom closes out the series and secures the victory. He really held his ground, but that one split-second reaction at the end was the difference. He definitely earned this win. Tough loss for Vortex. Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on dunes to see who comes out on top. Phantom holds a massive lead in their history together with 872 career wins. Well, that historical dominance is reflecting in the current match as he looks to continue his run of 5 straight victories. Catalyst has finally broken through, leading 2-1. The league's best player is suddenly on his heels. And just like that, we're back to an even split. This is becoming a real toss-up. The top-rated player is clearly feeling confident. Catalyst is surging ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. The number 1 seed is starting to feel the pressure. He's just too fast from that elevated angle, making this a really difficult start for Phantom. He's completely taken over this match, securing 3 in a row with another untouchable shot. Phantom finds a way to respond, showing some real grit to halt that momentum. He's still fighting the uphill battle as the underdog here. The recovery continues as he digs deep to bring this game within a single round. Phantom enters the day with a very strong 24-12 record over the last 24 hours. It's interesting because despite that high energy, he's still struggling to close out the series here. I wonder if that early fatigue is starting to set in. We head into the break tied at 6 apiece. I mean, Catalyst is performing right where we expect him to. He's holding his own against the world number 1, and neither player is giving an inch so far. Fresh starts for both guys. He continues to play from behind, showing real strength to pull ahead by 1. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. A really sharp exchange here, and he's clearly not slowing down in his push to close this gap. He is definitely playing to his seed in this series. Catalyst just manages to outplay him, taking the round right from under the box. A much needed spark for him after those tough losses to Vortex. Deadlock again as Catalyst and Phantom sit at 8-all. It's rare to see the number 1 seed struggle this much. He's completely shifted the energy of this game, putting together a strong 3-round run. An interesting swing for the man sitting at the top of the ladder. Phantom responds with a pinpoint finish to bring the score level at 9-9. The top seed is finally settling into this series. Goodness, what a scramble! He barely edges this out with a sliver of health left. He's really tightening his grip on the server right now. He's simply on another level right now, taking complete control of the momentum. Just showing why he owns the top spot on the ladder. Unbelievable. He just refuses to stop, and now he's sitting on match point. The experience gap is showing up in the final moments. What a turnaround. He shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He really just dominated the map. Catalyst gave him a real run for his money, but those last few rounds were just too clean. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we are here at the arena for a great match between Vortex and the favorite Catalyst. Catalyst usually dominates this specific matchup with a lead of over 200 rounds in the all-time head-to-head, but he's really struggling right now. And since Vortex just took the first round, the pressure is definitely on the higher ranked player to stabilize. Catalyst holds his ground on the boost and manages to claw one back here. Vortex has completely leveled the playing field at 2 apiece. Unbelievable! Both players were nearly out of health, but he survives with a tiny sliver to secure a third straight round. A sharp response here to keep things completely even. He is certainly proving he can hang with the top 5 right now. Catalyst pulls ahead by just 1 now. Both guys are fighting an uphill battle today with similar struggles in their last few games. Absolute deadlock now. We're tied up at 4 each. Hard to believe we're seeing the number 5 player push the pace. Vortex is starting to really take control here, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. Catalyst secures the advantage by holding that ramp, putting a stop to the momentum shift. The gap between these two in our rating is barely noticeable tonight. Vortex is really putting on the pressure here, which is wild considering the historical numbers. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst usually has the upper hand in this pairing, but he hasn't been able to pull away. Vortex is looking very comfortable today. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst grabs a thin lead, edging ahead 7-6. Looking for some stability after those tough losses to Phantom earlier today. Catalyst is showing a lot of poise right now, and he's coming off a rather tough day with only 15 wins in the last 24 hours. Well, he seems to have finally found his stride against Vortex. We'll see if the momentum keeps swinging his way. He's simply not missing, continuing the roll to take a commanding 4-round lead. Vortex gets back on the board with a very clean play. A huge confidence boost for the lower rated player here. Catalyst really knows how to utilize those height advantages, clutching that win from the ramp. He's finally turning the tide after those earlier struggles. What a scramble! Both players were bleeding out, but Vortex manages to pull through the chaos. He's trying to repeat that victory from their last series together. He is showing some real grit here, putting together another strong sequence to stay in this. It is quite a turn for someone who started as such a massive favorite. He just can't be stopped right now, keeping the momentum rolling with a totally effortless finish. He's making a real case for his top 10 spot. What a scramble! He barely hangs on to pull this one out, officially erasing the deficit. Absolutely harrowing a way to secure that tie. Unreal momentum now for Vortex, who puts the pressure squarely on his opponent with a 5th straight victory. An incredible answer from Catalyst to force the tie and push us straight into overtime. A perfectly timed burst puts him back in the driver's seat during this wild overtime fight. It's an incredible sight to see him reclaim a lead this late. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. We're seeing a complete toss-up every single round right now. Vortex responds immediately, reclaiming the lead with a decisive blow. Absolute chaos on the boards as both sides trade shots. Neither one is giving an inch tonight. This has turned into a complete coin toss. A very desperate situation for the third-ranked player to be in. A total shutdown of that exchange. He's just one more round away from the victory. He is really putting his high seed to the test. He wins the firefight on the ramp to bring us completely level at 15-0. An incredibly tense stalemate as we head into the final stretch. Catalyst surges ahead by 1 to put a huge squeeze on Vortex. Vortex answers back to make it a dead heat at 16 apiece. Catalyst strikes first, claiming a razor-thin 17-16 lead. Vortex is really fighting to keep his head above water now. Catalyst surges forward, holding a commanding 2-round cushion. It's a strange turn of events for the man who entered as the favorite. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 19-16. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially since he was looking so shaky earlier in the set. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Vortex and Phantom are ready to go and it looks like the favorite has a tough test today. Phantom is looking sharp out of the gate, quickly taking out Vortex while he was holding the ramp. He's already looking like the top seed today. Vortex is having a really rough start here. He just can't seem to get the jump on Phantom today. Phantom is on fire, quickly picking him off the ramp to take a commanding lead. The league's top seed is playing exactly to his rating. Vortex shows some grit here, winning a fierce scramble on the ramp to close the gap. We're seeing a lot more resistance from the underdog than expected. Another rapid response from Vortex, who's quickly narrowing the gap with an effortless shot. Phantom really owns this historical matchup, winning over 60% of their total encounters. That long-term dominance is probably why he feels so comfortable right now. He just needs to maintain this pace to put a distance between them. Phantom holds a solid 2-round cushion at 5-3. He's showing exactly why he's the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is putting on a display of speed right now, just erasing Vortex from the ramp. His current form is a huge contrast to that 13-22 run today. Vortex is refusing to go away, knocking Phantom right off that ramp for another win. That was purely electric, as he continues this resurgence right before the break. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the battle we expected to see. Both players have had their moments, and now it's just a toss-up for the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Vortex manages to clear him off the toolbox to claim a one-round lead. This shift in momentum is really putting a dent in the favorite's confidence. Phantom earns the edge by holding that window, immediately shutting down the momentum Vortex had built up. Phantom is just too fast on that ramp, and now he's reclaimed the lead. The league's top-rated player is definitely finding his footing here. Phantom pushes through again, cleaning out Vortex from the ramp to move to 9-7. He's really capitalizing on that #1 ranking right now. And he's still untouchable, making it 4 straight with a lightning-fast reaction. Vortex just puts an end to that slide with another incredibly precise shot. He's fighting back against some really tough historical odds. Another secure round for the underdog, who is truly showing some serious fight here. That's a completely different energy than the start of the set. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script, locking in a 3rd straight round to force a dead heat. He just completely dismantles his opponent from the ramp, taking full control of this map. Absolutely relentless. He's now claiming his 5th straight win to reach match point. Phantom answers back with a sharp burst, staying completely healthy as he breaks that run. He's fighting to live up to the expectations set before this match. Absolutely unbelievable! Vortex digs deep to secure the map and completes a massive climb back to the top. He just completely defied the odds in that one, proving that rankings don't mean a thing once the round starts. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off right now on orange to see who comes out on top. Phantom has been the much more reliable force in this rivalry, leading their head-to-head record 873 to 705. That mental edge seems to carry over into today, since he's already coming off a victory against Catalyst earlier this session. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can flip the script here. Catalyst is now firmly in the driver's seat. The world number one is suddenly looking very vulnerable. The momentum has completely shifted as Catalyst puts together a 3-round run. Unusual to see the top seed struggling this much early on. Phantom secures the response from the ramp, keeping the gap to a single game. The top-rated player in the league is starting to dig in. Unbelievable. Phantom claws back into the lead and barely survives a brutal exchange to tie this up. He is certainly playing like the number one rated guy today. Catalyst takes a narrow lead, pushing ahead 4-3. The third-ranked player is really stepping up to the challenge. Phantom is having a tough day with a 23-13 record over the last 24 hours. It's surprising to see that inconsistency bleed into this set, given how high his overall rating is. He'll need to find an answer for the aggression Catalyst is bringing right now. Absolute authority from the aggressor, simply refusing to let his opponent breathe. Phantom manages to get the better of him, narrowing the deficit just before the break. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, he's playing exactly as we expected for this specific pairing. The pressure is definitely on Phantom to make a comeback now. Time to see a response. Catalyst is just dominating, extending it to 9-4. A surprising reversal of the usual roles for this pair. Phantom earns a reprieve to bring it to 9-5. He's definitely fighting to get back to that historical dominance. Catalyst is just putting on a show, taking that round comfortably from the ramp. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. This is getting precarious for the world number one. He needs to shut this down immediately. This is a complete departure from how the two usually match up. He's just outclassing his opponent right now, moving within a single round of victory. The roles have completely flipped from the initial expectations. A quick reaction from Phantom to keep this contest alive. He has to dig deeper if he wants to avoid a total collapse here. What a statement. He closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really just dismantled the top seed on a map where the advantage usually goes the other way. Welcome to the league. We have Vortex and Catalyst going head-to-head on Italy to see who takes the win. Catalyst has a huge historical advantage with 856 total wins over his opponent. It's pretty clear that the head-to-head matchup has favored him heavily over the long term. We'll see if Vortex can break that cycle today. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead here. The higher rank is feeling the pressure right now. We're back to a deadlock, with both players refusing to let the other pull away. Vortex is really fighting to hold his ground against a top 3 opponent. Unreal. He survives a total slugfest by a hair to take a 3-2 lead. The gap in their ranking isn't playing a factor right now. Vortex is absolutely cruising with a 2-round cushion. Catalyst claws back one, making it a tight 4-3. He's really looking to maintain that edge from their last encounter. Vortex has really struggled in recent hours, posting a 14-21 record so far today. It's interesting to see him flip the script and actually look comfortable against someone who usually has his number. He's proving that the low rating on his day doesn't define this specific match. Vortex just widened the gap to 6-4. Catalyst is usually the one who takes control of these series. What a scrap! He barely survives that encounter to cut the lead to 6-5. He's certainly proving why he's sitting higher on the ladder right now. We've got a total stalemate at 6-6. Well, Vortex is definitely punching above his weight here. He's refusing to back down against the higher seeded player, keeping the match completely level going into the switch. Vortex takes the lead, moving ahead 7-6. His current 1703 rating is proving more than enough to keep pace. Vortex is distancing himself further with an 8-6 lead. The pace of these last two has been lightning fast. Things are swinging back and forth quickly. Neither of these players is letting the other sustain a lead for long. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. That was an instant reaction, completely shutting him down. Catalyst answers back, keeping it close at 9-8. A huge amount of historical data suggests we're heading in this direction. Catalyst has completely shifted the momentum back to his side with those two quick rounds. Dead heat right now as the score resets to even. A familiar sight as Catalyst has won 4 of their last 5. Vortex reacts just a fraction faster here to even the score. Both players are really fighting for an edge tonight. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite just as we enter the final stretch. A textbook exchange there. Catalyst is just 1 round away from finishing this. Vortex finds the answer and clears him off the wine to keep this dream alive. This is a total flip from the results we saw earlier today. And there it is. Catalyst closes it out with a blistering final shot to secure the match. Vortex really pushed him to the limit here, putting up an incredible fight on Italy. He almost pulled the upset. Truly an impressive effort. Welcome to Red Line. We have Vortex taking on Phantom in this high-stakes duel. Let's see if the favorite can secure the win. Phantom is the clear leader in the head-to-head with over 2,600 total wins. He's traditionally had a lot of success against his opponents, so we expect a strong pushback after that initial loss. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead here. The top-rated player in the league is starting to find his footing. That was a chaotic scramble on the ramp, and Phantom comes out on top to tie things up. The top seed looks back in control. Vortex reacts quickly to pick off Phantom on the ramp and grabs the lead. He's fighting hard despite being outmatched in global rating. Vortex keeps the momentum high with a 4-2 cushion. The number 1 seed is really feeling the heat right now. Phantom narrows the gap, trailing by just a single point. The top player in the league is starting to put on a clinic. Phantom is really putting on a show, knocking Vortex off that box to keep the streak alive. That's a stark contrast to the 13-11 result they shared on Fast Aim. Vortex is clinging to a slim 1-point advantage. He's coming into this duel after a tough 11-13 outing against Catalyst. Vortex is really starting to dictate the pace, taking total control of the ramp for another win. The tension is rising as we head toward the halfway mark, and Phantom is putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. The top seed is finally making his move. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. Well, it's a very balanced start, and it looks like the favorite is performing exactly as we anticipated. Expect more of the same in the second half. Fresh start for both guys. Phantom is really rolling now, picking up 3 straight rounds to regain the lead. He's really capitalizing on those higher win percentages we've seen. Phantom has really found his flow with 22 wins today. It's a strong contrast to his recent struggles, and he's now using that confidence to pull away. We'll see if Vortex can find a way to reset. A quick reflex exchange on the ramp, and Vortex manages to trade back around here. It's a huge battle of wills between these two heavyweights.
Neither player is backing down as they sit tied up.
It's a tough spot for the best player on the ladder. The tide has completely turned. He's now claimed 3 straight rounds to reclaim the lead. He's really making a case against the top seed right now. The overall favorite is finally digging in his heels. Phantom is really leaning into the height advantage, holding that ramp position to extend his lead. He's showing why he's currently holding the top spot on the ladder. He's completely reversed the momentum from their earlier clash. He draws blood and gets this round back, narrowing the deficit to 1. It's a massive effort from the number 5 seed right now. He is absolutely locked in right now, completely erasing the previous lead in a matter of seconds. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to reclaim his lead. Absolute nails on that last exchange. And that's it. He closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that last piece of the puzzle. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Catalyst and Phantom stepping onto Dunes for this match. The favorite will need to stay sharp here. Phantom holds a commanding 65% win rate on this map. It's no surprise seeing him start fast since Catalyst historically struggles in this environment. He really needs to shake things up if he wants to turn this around. Simply untouchable right now. He's really putting on a show to open this map. A fierce trade here, but he comes out on top to get back into the action. That's exactly why he's ranked so high on the ladder. Phantom is just relentless, cruising toward a huge lead. Phantom is just dominant, leading 5-1. His current form is just too sharp for the competition right now. The overall head-to-head record leans toward Phantom, but the recent matches show Catalyst has a huge advantage when they face off lately. He is clearly not intimidated by the world #1 right now. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that firefight with a sliver of health left. That's just a dominant, a global #1 puts up. He's showing a lot of heart now, chipping away at the lead. The underdog is definitely proving he can hang with the world leader. He's refusing to go away, putting together a strong push into the final round of the half. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, honestly. This is exactly the kind of tight contest we anticipated. Both guys traded high pressure streaks to keep it completely level. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom takes a slender 1-round lead as we restart. He's clearly not shaken by that recent loss to the #3 seed. A precise response here, and now we're completely tied up at 7 apiece. A perfect deadlock between the world's best and this hungry challenger. Phantom uses that vertical advantage perfectly to snag another round from the Tetris. The top seed is definitely leaning on that experience now. Phantom is just too quickly finding those angles from the box to let this slip away. He is certainly playing like the best player on the map right now. He just tore right through the defense to drop Phantom off the box. A quick reaction there, but he's still nursing a thin lead. What a result! He completely wipes the floor with that last engagement to tie things up. The pressure is mounting for the world #1 right now. A completely effortless sequence that pushes him into a narrow lead. The roles have completely flipped since the pre-match projections. He's simply not missing a beat, taking full control of this match with another flawless round. A total collapse of confidence for the world #1. He's definitely relying on that overall head-to-head advantage to stay steady. The momentum has completely shifted again. Both players are just a couple of rounds away from victory. He is showing incredible resolve, moving just one step closer to a huge victory. Everything is on the line now. What a finish! He closes it out with a perfect shot to complete the comeback. He really overcame those map odds to secure the victory. A huge result against the #1 seed. What a fight! Welcome everyone! We're live at the arena where Vortex takes on the currently favored Catalyst in this 1v1 showdown. Catalyst enters this series with an impressive 4-game win streak. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence after beating Vortex in their last head-to-head meeting. It'll be a tough climb for Vortex to break that rhythm. A tight exchange up on the ramp, and Vortex manages to come out on top this time. Despite the gap in the ratings, the playing field is officially level. Vortex has finally seized the lead, 2-1. He's shaking off a tough 12-23 run from earlier today. Catalyst holds that high ground perfectly to lock the score back up. He's really looking like the top seed in this series. Vortex is surging ahead with a narrow 3-2 grip. That a huge shift for the number 5 ranked player here. Just like that, Catalyst claws back to tie it up at 3-all. This is a total deadlock heading into the next few exchanges. Vortex is playing with a lot of speed right now, forcing this duel to be a total toss-up. Vortex finds another opening, cleaning up Catalyst right off the Tetris block. Hard to forget Catalyst's stronger historical record on this map. Vortex is firmly in control with a 5-4 advantage. Coming off a solid 19-16 run today. He's looking very comfortable as the Seed 2 player here. Goodness, he barely walks away from that trade with a microscopic bit of health left. It's an interesting turnaround given his recent struggles in the rankings. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we're definitely seeing a surprise here. Despite the gap in rankings, the underdog is playing brilliantly and controlling the pace so far. Fresh sides. Let's see if this holds. Vortex is really flipping the script on this encounter. It's a huge shift, considering he's usually the one trailing in their historic matchups. He's making this look like a routine victory despite the pressure. Catalyst puts a stop to the momentum from the Tetris blocks and continues his rally. The momentum is swinging right back towards the favorite. He's completely erased that deficit, pulling the score level with a third straight win. He's proving why he entered this duel as the top-seeded player. That's 4 in a row now for the favorite, who looks completely untouchable. Vortex looks completely rattled after that last few minutes. A complete shutdown for his 5th straight, and he is just rolling over his opponent now. Vortex proves he can stand his ground against the top 2 player. He's putting the pressure back on, extending that lead to 11-9. That was an incredibly fast exchange to keep the lead. It's a complete back and forth now, with neither side able to hold the lead for more than 1 round. Pure nerves now as the favorite tries to regain his footing. That was a lightning fast reset from the favorite. Incredible. Catalyst closes it out with a crisp finish to secure the victory. He really put it all on the line to close that gap and secure his spot. Vortex fought so hard for every single point. What a fight! Welcome to the stream. We have Vortex and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Phantom is currently our top rated player in the league, and his consistency is showing. The gap in skill level is obvious when you look at their career history together. I'm curious to see if Vortex can find any answers here. Phantom manages to pick him off the ramp, keeping the momentum swinging heavily in his favor. Vortex gets a huge response here, flicking a clean shot straight off the ramp. Vortex is proving he can trade blows with the favorite today. Phantom is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 4. He's looking every bit the best player in the league right now. Phantom is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. Absolutely effortless. Phantom is completely taking over this map now. Vortex claims this one from the ramp to keep the score at 2-6. Vortex has really struggled today with a 12-23 record over the last 24 hours. It's actually surprising to see him put up a fight when his recent form has been this poor. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder now. He's back in control, making quick work of that exchange. A critical moment to shut down that sudden momentum swing. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, the odds might have favored Vortex, but this looks like it's going exactly how the head-to-head history predicted. He's just too sharp for his opponent right now. Time to see if the lead holds. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to keep this comeback alive. He's really starting to shake Phantom's confidence now. Vortex is simply refusing to let the favorite pull away. Phantom edges ahead, reclaiming a slim 8-7 lead. He's showing why he's the top seed on the ladder. Phantom is back on top, securing that win while perched on the ramp. This is just a repeat of their last meeting on Red Line. He's completely shut down the comeback attempt with a blistering reaction. What a clean kill to bring the gap down to just 2 rounds. He's fighting purely on grit at this point. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, just waiting for one more slip up to close this out. The underdog simply can't find a way to close the distance. A lightning fast reflex here from Vortex to keep the dream alive. He's staying focused despite the pressure. He's putting up a serious fight, staying calm, while the favorite stares down the finish line. Another quick flick to keep this surge moving. And that's it. Phantom puts an end to the rally and closes out the series. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit today, but the experience of the world #1 finally paved the way. He really had to earn that one. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got a great match today featuring Catalyst and Phantom facing off for the win. Phantom came out swinging, catching Catalyst while he was holding the wine. Exactly the kind of start expected from the top-rated player. Phantom really owns the historical edge on this map with a 66% win rate. It makes sense that he's the one putting the pressure on right now. I wonder if Catalyst can actually dig in and turn this around. Phantom is just dominating this set with a 3-1 lead. Phantom is just on a different level right now, putting a serious grip on this series. Everything is going right for the top-seeded guy. He just can't find an answer right now as the lead climbs to 5. He's playing like a true number 1 right now. Another flawless exchange, and he's really starting to climb back into this series. Another point for him. He's completely shifted the energy of this duel. The huge favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us level at 5-all. Phantom secures a quick finish here, reclaiming a slight edge before the break. A crucial step forward for the league leader. We are all square at 6 apiece. This is basically playing out exactly as anticipated. Both players are trading big swings, and we've got a real toss-up heading into the second half. Fresh start for both. Phantom just takes the edge, securing the kill from the wine bottle. The world number 1 is looking very comfortable right now. Phantom currently holds a huge head-to-head advantage with over 800 lifetime wins against Catalyst. Seeing him pull ahead right now feels like he's just reverting to a natural pattern. It'll be tough for Catalyst to break that cycle. He has genuinely refused to go down quietly tonight. Phantom is just too sharp when he's playing from that wine position, quickly reclaiming the lead. He's putting that number 1 rank into work. Phantom is pulling away again with a 10-8 lead. That was a brutal fight and the momentum stays firmly with the leader. The world's best is firmly back in control here. He's playing precisely as the ratings predicted. Absolute carnage for that final trade, and it's over. Phantom closes it out. He really asserted his dominance in those clutch moments to secure the victory. The world number 1 just looks too strong today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line today for a clash between Vortex and the favored Catalyst. Vortex was just a bit too slow to react to that ramp play, and now he's staring at an early deficit. Catalyst has been the more consistent force in this rivalry, taking 5 of their last 6 encounters. That historical dominance is already showing in the way he's controlling the pace here. It's going to be hard for Vortex to turn things around if he can't find a way to disrupt that flow. He is simply untouchable right now, moving to a commanding 4-0 lead. His ranking should be making him feel a bit more comfortable than this. He's refusing to back down, securing another effortless point to keep the pressure on. Vortex is starting to prove he belongs in this bracket. Vortex finally clawed back a point to make it 2-5. He's really showing that top 2 ranking difference. Both players were fighting for that high ground, but Catalyst managed to win the duel. Exactly the kind of performance we expected from the second seed. A brutal response from Catalyst, shutting down that mini run and extending his lead to 7. This is a familiar script given their overall head-to-head history. We go into the break with Catalyst holding a huge 10-2 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected this to go. He looks way too strong for Vortex right now. Vortex needs to wake up now. Vortex has been struggling recently, going 12-23 over the last 24 hours. The fact that he's putting up a fight now is a surprising turn of events. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this spark against a superior opponent. His recent struggles make this little push feel significant. That was effortless! Catalyst just needs a single round to secure the match victory. Vortex just can't find the consistency he needs to close this out. And that is it! He closes out the series with a perfect final burst to take the win. He really knows how to handle the pressure on this map, just completely outclassing the other guy today. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange for a great match between Vortex and Phantom. Let's see who takes the win. Phantom enters this one as the league's top-rated player and he's historically won 61% of their meetings. It's a stark contrast to the recent form we've seen from Vortex. It will be interesting to see if that rating difference starts to show as this match progresses. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead here. A huge shift from that last meeting on fast aim. He is playing a lot better than his recent 11-24 run suggests. Vortex is simply too fast, strolling to a commanding 4-1 lead. Unexpected start for the number 1 seed tonight. A flawless flick from the top seed, showing a bit more resolve as he narrows the gap. He's finally found a way to answer back. Vortex is managing a surprising surge in confidence here, and we have to remember he's coming off a rough patch. Well, he's barely won a few matches in the last day. I wonder if he can actually keep up this pressure and stun the world number 1. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing another rapid victory. It's quite a turnaround after his recent 22-14 run. Vortex takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. He is absolutely crushing the world number 1 right now. He's completely ignored the historical stats and is playing exactly like the favorite we expect. Time for a total reset. Phantom clawed one back, but Vortex still leads 10-3. Vortex is really defying the odds in this series. Unbelievable to see the top-seeded pro this outclassed. A quick reaction puts him one step away from a total victory. Absolute chaos for the guy with the top seed status today. What an absolute landslide. He finishes the game with a blast, securing the map in a total rout. He's completely shifted the momentum of his day after a rough start, a wild result to kick off the set. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got a huge match on map as today featuring Catalyst and the top-seeded Phantom. Goodness, what a scrap! Catalyst barely survives that fight on the ramp to draw first blood. A surprisingly strong start for the underdog. Phantom is showing why he owns such a strong 70% success rate here. That map familiarity usually lets him dictate the pace of the encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can force a deeper exchange to shake that confidence. Phantom is really struggling to close this gap at 3-1. The league's top-rated star is looking vulnerable right now. He's making the ladder leader look remarkably human today. Still seeing that gap in the standings as a major factor here. Catalyst is just dominating with a huge 5-2 lead. The number 1 seed is really struggling to find an answer. Catalyst is just outclassing him right now, consistently punishing any mistake from the ramp. His overall head-to-head lead doesn't seem to matter in this set. Total reversal from their last head-to-head result. He's really making the world's top-rated player look outclassed. Catalyst goes into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Well, the favorite is just completely controlling this series. It's a huge start for him and puts a lot of pressure on the top seed now. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Phantom has a significant 22-14 run over the last day. He's clearly playing with a lot more confidence than he did earlier in this map. This late surge might be exactly what he needs to claw back into the series. The number 1 rated player is finally asserting his authority. A total shift in momentum from how this series began. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, picking up his 5th straight win. It's a completely different game than it was 10 minutes ago. Absolute perfection to bring things level. He has completely overturned the script to tie this up at 9 apiece. That was incredibly close, but he just keeps finding the way. And he answers right back. That stops the momentum completely and puts us back at a deadlock. The high seed is finally showing his class in these closing rounds. He's completely flipped the narrative of this duel. What a finish! Phantom closes out the series in a huge way to seal the victory. An unbelievable recovery from the favorite, who just barely managed to hold on through those final pressure rounds. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Dunes to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Catalyst clearly has the historical advantage, winning over half of their previous meetings. You know, it's a bit surprising to see that gap in the head-to-head given how strongly he started the game today. Now we'll see if Vortex can maintain this lead. Vortex holds a slim edge as we head back. That's a much tighter look than their previous clash. Vortex is just barely pulling ahead, 3-2. That higher ranking is starting to show through. Unbelievable! He barely scraped through that exchange, surviving by a fraction of a hit. Vortex is currently sitting at an 11-24 record over the last day. It's clear he's really needed this, a strong start to shake off a rough morning. He's showing a lot more confidence than we usually see from him when he's fighting a climb like this. Catalyst gets the better of him from the box, bringing the score to 6-3. He's showing some serious grit, refusing to let that lead slide further away. He's quickly closing that distance. Vortex extends his lead to 7-4. He's proving to be a legitimate threat today, despite the historical deficit. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly we're seeing a total reversal of the expected script. He's capitalizing on his map advantage to put the second ranked player in a tough spot. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a massive 9-4 lead. That puts him in a really strong position compared to their typical clashes. Catalyst claws one back, but Vortex still leads 9-5. A quick reminder that he is currently sitting at number 2 in the rankings. The higher ranked man is starting to find his footing. Vortex remains firmly in control at 10-6. He's really playing with a lot of confidence today. Catalyst strikes back, trailing by 3 now. He's definitely finding his form after that tough opening. Expectations are shifting as the gap continues to shrink. Absolute precision here. That's 3 straight for Catalyst, and he's continuing his fierce charge back into this match. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite right now. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but he comes out on top to seal the series. He's just completely broken at that streak of losses against this opponent, finally getting his revenge after that blowout last time. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Phantom facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Phantom is traditionally the favorite here given his career win rate of 64%. It's a striking contrast to the current scoreline, especially since he's generally more successful on this map. It will be interesting to see if he can recover his composure quickly. Phantom holds a slim lead with 2 rounds banked. The world number 1 is showing exactly why he holds that spot. That was a total shutdown and he's now comfortably in control of the momentum. The number 5 ranked player is proving he can trade blows with the best. Phantom still maintains his grip with a 2-round cushion. Both players are really putting in the hours today. Phantom stays ahead by just a single round. A tough look for the world number 1 right now. Phantom is holding a massive lifetime advantage with a 61% win rate against Vortex. You know, it's making that blowout loss he suffered against him earlier today feel like a complete outlier. We're seeing a return to the normal order of things here. He's completely taken over, securing another effortless point to widen the gap. He's showing he can play the spoiler today. Phantom goes into the break with a commanding 8-4 lead. Well, it's an interesting start since the betting community leans so heavily toward Vortex. He'll need a significant shift in gears to close this gap. Fresh start for both. Phantom is still in the driver's seat at 8-5. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that rough set earlier today. Phantom's pushing further ahead now, sitting pretty at 9-5. His recent consistency is really showing through tonight. Phantom is just simply too quick right now, ending that exchange in barely a second. The top-ranked player is simply too precise in these high-stakes exchanges. The confidence is shifting toward the underdog side now. And there it is. Phantom closes the door on this match with a perfect final burst. It's a bit of a redemption story for the top seed after that disastrous loss on Orange earlier today. Welcome everyone! Catalyst and Phantom are facing off on red line, where the favorite looks to maintain their dominant form. Catalyst draws first blood, utilizing that ramp for a great sideline. A strong start for the top 3 player. Catalyst is showing a huge advantage here with a 73% win rate on this map. It's quite the contrast to their head-to-head history where Phantom usually comes out on top. We'll see if the top seed can adjust his approach before the gap widens. Phantom uses the elevation to take control of the round and keeps things tight. The best player on the ladder is starting to push back. Catalyst is firmly in command with a 3-1 lead. He's definitely looking to avenge that last defeat on Mappas. The top seed in the league is definitely feeling the heat. Phantom is showing a lot of grit here, shutting down that push completely. He's fighting to live up to that pre-match hype. He's showing a lot of spirit, clawing his way back into this series. The odds were definitely in his favor heading into this. Phantom has historically won 55% of their encounters. It's a tough spot for him to be in as he's currently failing to maintain that historical edge. He really needs to figure out a way to disrupt the rhythm before Catalyst pulls even further ahead. A total deadlock as we head into the second half. Catalyst barely edges ahead, reclaiming the lead at 6-5. He's showing why he's currently the top seed in the league. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. Phantom has a way to keep this close, but the map specialist is currently holding the upper hand. Side swap, let's see the reset. The number 1 rated player in the world is looking very vulnerable right now. This is a tough spot for someone currently holding the number 1 rank. Really punishing that previous loss in their last outing together. He just won't stop, dragging Phantom right off the ramp for another straight victory. He's really struggling to find a footing today. What a way to close it out. Catalyst secures the final round to seal the deal. That a total reversal of form compared to their last encounter. He just completely took over those final rounds. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena where Vortex takes on the favored Catalyst in a high-stakes 1v1 showdown. Catalyst has the clear historical advantage here, winning about 58% of their total encounters. It's a huge mental edge to have when you're starting the game on top. We just have to see if Vortex can find a way to turn the tide. Vortex is really surprising us, leading 2-1. Coming off a tough loss to Phantom, he's looking revitalized today. Both players are just trading blows right now. This is turning into a real toss-up. Vortex holds a slim 3-2 lead as we reset. He's really making a case for himself as a top 5 talent. Absolute deadlock. Now, Catalyst has finally caught up. He's certainly proving why he's currently the number 2 seed. The pace of this series is unbelievable. Those rounds are just flashing by. It's a tough stretch for the 2nd seed right now. We're all squared up at 4 apiece. The top 2 players in the world are really fighting for every inch. Catalyst edges ahead, gripping a slim 1-round advantage. He's certainly carrying that confidence from his dominant win over Phantom earlier today. We've got a complete toss-up here and neither player is willing to let the other pull away. This is purely a battle of wills right now. Catalyst keeps his narrow lead at 6-5. He looks incredibly sharp today after that convincing run against Phantom. We've got a deadlock at 6 all. I mean, Catalyst was expected to run away with this a bit. He has a strong 64% win rate on the arena, but he's struggling to separate himself from Vortex right now. Catalyst barely clings to the lead. 7-6. His current rating certainly backs up the confidence he's showing. Vortex strikes back, bringing us right back to a tie. It's a total toss-up, despite the gap in their overall ratings. Unreal! He barely survived that exchange, scraping through with almost nothing left to take the lead. The number 5 seed is looking more than capable here. Another effortless exchange, and he's just totally in control right now. The 2nd seed is really feeling the pressure now. A fast response from the 2nd seed to cut into that lead. The higher ranked player is starting to claw back into this. Back to a dead heat at 9-9. It's a huge swing in momentum after his 13-5 win earlier. Vortex puts the pressure on with a 10-9 lead. Vortex has definitely found a weakness in the favorite's armor today. The momentum has completely shifted. Vortex is just taking over the game right now. He's really playing like a top 3 talent today. Catalyst chose a great read on that play, picking Vortex right off the boost to keep this a 1-round game. He is showing why he's the 2nd highest rated player in the league. Catalyst just shuts him down on the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way. Everything seems to be leaning back toward the higher seed. He's just outclassing everyone right now. Catalyst is 1 round away from the victory. What a fight! He barely keeps his head above water in a frantic scramble to force this game into overtime. Talk about the nerve-wracking end to that exchange. What a turn of events! Vortex is just 1 step away from pulling off a huge victory here. He's really taking control despite his rough morning with those 11 wins. He's just in another league right now, claiming a third consecutive victory. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that lead to 15. The underdogs are completely defying every pre-match expectation. What a finish! Vortex closes the deal to secure the map victory. He's just completely flipped the script on the head-to-head rivalry tonight. Absolute grit from top to bottom. What a match! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have a great matchup today on Mapas, featuring Vortex and Phantom. Phantom heads into this map with a strong 70% win rate, which makes him the heavy favorite for the series. It's a striking contrast to how Vortex has struggled on the layout recently. We'll see if that statistical advantage can actually translate into a lead early on. Phantom is really starting to pull ahead here. He's looking every bit like the #1 seed right now. What a fight! Vortex secures the equalize from the ramp, clinging to life with just a sliver of health left. That's exactly why the top-rated player likes to keep the pressure high. Vortex now holds a slim 3-2 edge. An unexpected turn for the top-ranked player in the league. Phantom claws back to tie things up at 3-all. The league's top seed is quickly getting back into the driver's seat. Vortex is playing the ramp perfectly, putting some serious pressure on Phantom right now. He's proving to be a dangerous opponent today. Deadlocked at 4 apiece as we head into round 9. Neither player has really been able to break away yet. Vortex just keeps trading shots back and forth, showing he can definitely hang with the top seed. He is proving to be a much more formidable threat than expected. Vortex is now controlling a 2-round lead despite the history. These two have faced off thousands of times, and it's almost always gone Phantom's way. It'll be interesting to see if that lifelong pattern continues to flip. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is playing exactly to the level the analysts expected from him today. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going on the other side. Let's see who finds a rhythm first. Unreal, he was almost out of the fight, but manages to scrape by with a miracle finish. A rough stretch for the best player on our ladder right now. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a massive 4-round cushion. Vortex is just cruising now with a 3-round gap. Vortex is still holding strong despite the historical disadvantage. He's refusing to go away, quickly putting another round on the board. The momentum is shifting back in his favor. He's simply too sharp right now, closing the gap to just 1 round. He's completely erased that early lead in no time. A lightning fast reaction there to put himself back in a comfortable spot. He's staying in the fight, continuing this climb back toward the leader. Quick reflex to secure that one. The pace is just blistering right now. These encounters are ending in a flash. That was a complete shutdown, showing just how determined Phantom is to close the gap. The gap in their ranking usually makes the difference in these late game situations. Vortex puts himself just 1 round away from victory. It's a huge shift from the expected outcome for this pair. He's showing some incredible grit here, clawing back into this series and keeping his hopes alive. A precise exchange that keeps the tension high. Absolutely stunned. Phantom wipes him off the ramp to force a dead heat at 12-12. The pressure is immense as they enter the final deciding round. Another flawless execution as he pushes closer to closing this out. The momentum is completely shifted with him. What a scramble. Both of them were nearly depleted, but he manages to edge out the victory. His recent 12-23 run today makes this resilience even more impressive. Vortex is really putting a stranglehold on this match now, denying Phantom any room to breathe. He's putting on a clinic against the best player in the league. He just completely blindsided his opponent, bringing the score level at 14-14. A lightning fast response to keep the pressure on. What a nerve-wracking exchange, but he claws out the victory to put himself on match point. Just a total heartbreaker for the favorite here. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door with a perfect shot to take the series. Just an absolute battle of wills in overtime. After thousands of matches together, we've finally seen a result that shakes up the status quo. What a game! Welcome everyone to Orange. We have a great matchup today as Catalyst takes on the top-ranked Phantom. What a scramble. Phantom barely scrapes through that, surviving with almost nothing left. He's fighting to maintain that top spot on the ladder. Phantom has really owned this map historically with a 63% win rate. It's a massive contrast to how Catalyst has typically struggled here. If he continues to capitalize on that advantage, this could turn into a blowout very quickly. Phantom is cruising now, leading comfortably at 3-1. He's playing like the best guy on the ladder right now. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Phantom is capitalizing on every single mistake right now. Just total control from the front runner, who now takes a 5-round lead. A fast response from the underdog to get his second point on the board. Phantom has dominated their overall head-to-head history with a healthy 55% win rate, but the dynamic shifted completely when they last met. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find some of that confidence again to claw back into this. Phantom is just relentlessly pushing, now holding a 4-round lead. Catalyst is starting to put some real pressure on him now, closing the gap steadily. Phantom takes a big lead going into the break, sitting at 8-4. I mean, the underdog is completely defying the odds makers here. He looks way too sharp for Catalyst to handle right now. Time to swap sides. Phantom stays firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. That's a tough break for the top seed. Phantom is just untouchable right now, leading 9-5. The world #1 is proving why he owns that spot. It's becoming a bit of a tug of war now, with both players trading rounds in this second half. A brutal exchange here, but he manages to secure another round to keep the rally going. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed right now. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing the map from the ramp to keep this surge going. That is some incredible poise to pull this close. A quick adjustment and the leader puts a stop to that momentum. The top seed looks back in control after that exchange. He's refusing to go away, digging deep to bring this game back within reach. He's showing why he's capable of upsetting the odds today. Absolute chaos. He's completely erased that deficit to bring the series level. Pure madness. We are looking at a dead heat now. The top seed is finally finding his footing again to keep the lead. A high-stakes clash between the top two seeds. He shuts it down completely from the ramp to bring this set to a dead even split. Neither man is giving an inch in this duel. Absolutely flawless reaction to take the lead, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! He closes out a huge comeback to secure the victory. To take down the world #1 on his strongest map is just an unbelievable achievement. He really refused to let the pressure get to him. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to secure another win. Catalyst generally owns this rivalry with 859 total wins, and honestly it's surprising to see him trailing early. Vortex is currently trying to flip the script and prove that their recent victory over each other wasn't just a fluke. That was a total scramble, but he manages to shut things down and grab another round. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with 7 HP to keep the perfect start alive. He's really struggling to find any answers for this challenger today. Just a total shutout, with the high ground granting him a 5th consecutive victory. A flawless straight from the box, and he simply cannot be stopped right now. He's given up a lot of ground for someone sitting at 2nd in the rating. He finally finds a way back, utilizing the box to get around on the board. He's definitely playing like a top 2 talent in the league. Vortex is showing an incredible amount of confidence today, especially after that recent 16-12 victory against Catalyst. It's a complete reversal of their typical dynamic. He's really capitalizing on this momentum to keep the pressure high. Vortex is just cruising right now with a 7-3 lead. Catalyst is on fire, securing his 3rd straight point and completely shutting down that run. Vortex takes a big lead at 8-4. I mean, he's completely outplaying the number 2 seed right now. We're seeing a massive shift in the momentum, but Catalyst has finally started to push back. Let's see if that heat continues. Vortex just completely blindsided him from below, shutting down that attempt to play from the top. It's a surprising look for the number 2 player. Vortex is simply dominant, extending that gap to 10-4. Vortex is really playing his best game of the week right now. And he's back in control, erasing that spark of a rally with another lightning fast kill. A quick reaction allows Catalyst to pick up another one. It's a bit weird seeing him this far back in the count. He's really tightening things up now, and we might be seeing the momentum shift back to the favorite. Vortex guns him down from the box, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Hard to believe the higher seed is this outclassed tonight. A sharp response from Catalyst to keep the match alive. The top seed just needs to find a way to close this out. A complete shutdown from the challenger, keeping the pressure on with another clean win. What a finish. Vortex closes the door with a perfect sequence to secure the victory. He's just not letting up today. It's a huge statement win to keep that momentum rolling against one of the best in the league. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping up for this 1v1 showdown. Good luck to both players. What a scrap. Phantom manages to secure the early lead from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange. Vortex puts on a clinic from the box to even things up right away. The best player in the league is feeling the pressure right now. What a fight! He clutched that out from the box, barely clinging to life. That's a rough stretch for a player with the #1 seed. Absolute perfection from the top seed, securing another quick win to keep the momentum swinging. Phantom responds immediately with a sharp sequence to close the gap. He has historically owned this matchup. Vortex is really finding his marks from the boxes today, putting some serious distance between himself and his opponent. Vortex holds a slim edge as we enter round 8. He's looking for any kind of consistency after that rough start today. Phantom is really starting to pile up the pressure here, comfortably taking control of the series. The top seed is starting to flex his muscles here. He's absolutely cruising now, cleaning up another round from the ramp to extend that streak. His overall head-to-head lead over the #4 seed is massive. Phantom just refuses to blink, shutting him down from the ramp to move into a commanding position. Vortex answers back with a sharp play from the ramp to close the gap. It's interesting to see the favorite fighting through a tough stretch. We've got a 7-5 lead for Phantom going into the break, and honestly this is exactly what we expected to see from the world #1. He simply outplayed Vortex in the early exchanges today. Let's see if Vortex finds his rhythm. Phantom just claimed another one from the ramp, and he is really starting to pull away now. Hard to argue with that 64% all-time win rate. He's showing a lot of heart, digging in to claw back another round for himself. The underdog is finally starting to mount a real challenge. He secures another one from the ramp, keeping this resurgence alive. It's getting tight as the underdog forces a near even split. Phantom manages to shut that down from the ramp, putting a quick stop to the momentum shift. Phantom just put on a display from the ramp, and these exchanges are happening so quickly now. The momentum is shifting back to the heavy favorite. He's just too fast today, claiming a third straight from the ramp to really tighten the noose. He wins the duel and moves to within a single round of victory. The gap between these two in the rankings is feeling very real. Unreal, Phantom shuts the door with a perfect final play to secure the victory. He really looked like the better man throughout the entire set. Just an overwhelmingly clean performance from the top seed. Welcome to the arena. We have a great match today, featuring Catalyst taking on Phantom. Catalyst jumps out to an early lead, catching Phantom while he was holding the ramp. The number 1 seed looks a bit shaken right now. Phantom has historically dominated the rivalry between these two. It's a huge gap in their lifetime records that really puts the pressure on Catalyst to hold his ground here. We'll see if that consistency carries over into a full series win. We've got a dead heat as we head into round 5. He's definitely playing like the current number 1 seed. The momentum is shifting. Phantom has really taken control of the pace here. He's looking every bit like the top seed right now. He is simply too fast right now, picking up another one to extend his lead. Catalyst answers back quickly to keep this series close. The top-rated player is feeling the pressure now. The rankings place Phantom firmly at the top of our ladder, and honestly, he's really capitalizing on that status today. It's becoming a real problem for Catalyst to find an answer against that kind of raw precision. What a fight! Both of them are nearly depleted, but he manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Phantom takes a huge advantage by playing high, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst right now. He's really leaning into that number 1 rank today. It's a 7-5 lead for Phantom, and honestly this is exactly why he's the top seed. Catalyst is fighting hard, but the underdog is playing way above expectations to hold this lead. Let's see if the lead holds. Incredible, he survives that chaotic exchange by the skin of his teeth to keep this series alive. Talk about an absolute nail-biter of a trade. He's completely erased the deficit. Everything is tied up now as the comeback continues. The momentum has completely swung back to the challenger. He's completely taken over the server, now taking the lead for the first time in this set. Phantom answers immediately, bringing everything back to a stalemate. An absolute deadlock as they fight for control. Phantom edges ahead by a single round here. The head-to-head history definitely favors the man in control right now. A surprisingly long stand, but the challenger takes it cleanly to tie this game up. The underdog is really refusing to back down today. Phantom manages to shut him down from the boost and reclaim that slim lead. Both of these players have been remarkably active over the last day. What a statement. He puts on a clinic here to bring the score level. A rapid exchange that puts us right back into a dead tie. That was a brutal scrap, but the challenger shows incredible grit to secure another round. He's really starting to find his footing here. A total shutout to put him just one round away from victory. The top seed is completely out of sync right now. A huge stop for the top seed to keep this series going. That was a clean stop to put the pressure back on. He's showing why he's entered this match as the stronger side. Absolutely stunning. He shuts the door on regulation and we are headed to overtime. Another one for him as he continues to tear through these final rounds. It's certainly been a long day for both of these players. He's simply untouchable right now. securing his 4th consecutive round to pull ahead. He manages to push through and knock him off the ramp, refusing to let this series slip away. He just needed that one crucial break to stay in it. A slower pace this time, but he cleans it up to put himself 1 round from the win. Exactly the kind of high-level play expected from someone with his standing. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with an effortless shot to claim the victory. Just an unbelievable fight from the challenger, but the veteran experience really showed in those final moments of overtime. He had to earn every single inch of that victory. What a battle! Welcome everyone, we've got an exciting match on Mapas today between Vortex and the favorite Catalyst. Catalyst has dominated this rivalry historically, winning about 58% of their encounters. It makes sense why he was the pick today, but Catalyst has to maintain that focus if he wants to keep his grip on the series. Catalyst holds a slim lead heading into the 3rd. Vortex is proving he can hang with the top 4% of the ladder. Catalyst is starting to separate himself here, putting a lot of pressure on Vortex to make a move. Catalyst just didn't let that high ground protect him, cleaning up the ramp with a quick peek. Vortex secures this point from the ramp, showing some real grit to claw back into the game. He's definitely finding his feet and refusing to go quiet. He's really digging in here, pulling a 2nd straight win to close the gap. The gap on the ladder isn't as wide as the numbers suggest. Wow, he just leveled the score by dropping the other man off the ramp. He's really shaking the confidence of the favorite right now. A sharp response there, reclaiming a lead of 1. The 3rd seed is starting to look a lot more comfortable. He's completely overhauled the state of this match, bringing things back to an even split. A fierce duel atop the ramp ends with Vortex coming out on top to take a narrow lead. The underdog is putting the pressure on a high-ranked opponent. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. It's a huge surprise that Catalyst hasn't pulled away given his historically stronger record. Vortex is outperforming his rank right now, and we are looking at a total toss-up. Fresh start for both. Catalyst just keeps the pressure on, using that ramp elevation to hold the lead. Just a stark contrast to that Dunes result we saw recently. Catalyst has a significant lifetime lead over his opponent. Well, it seems he's rediscovered that confidence after the rocky start today. He's completely flipped the script and is now comfortably in control of the map. He's simply too strong right now, extending that run to 3 straight. His top 3 ranking is starting to weigh heavy on the match. He survives the initial firefight and shuts it down, showing some real resolve to keep his hopes alive. A great read from Vortex, who catches the favorite right off the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. The momentum is shifting back in a huge way here. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws through it to bring the score level. That was a nerve-wracking finish, barely escaping with his life. He shuts that momentum down immediately with a very clean sequence. He's definitely feeling the pressure of those earlier losses today. That was a flash in the pan. Everything is happening so quickly right now. A terrifyingly fast response as he puts himself just 1 step away from victory. What a finale! Catalyst closes the door and secures the map with a perfect shot. Vortex played it incredibly close and pushed him right to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Phantom are facing off on Orange to see who comes out on top today. Phantom has won 61% of their head-to-head matches overall. It makes sense that the best player in the league is starting strong today. Let's see if Vortex can actually pull off an upset here. Absolutely relentless. He's just completely shut out the competition so far. A quick response there, and he shows plenty of heart to get back into the fight. He's definitely fighting for that underdog victory tonight. Phantom is firmly in control with a commanding 4-1 lead. Looking just like that a few matches ago on red line. A total shutdown on that one, and he's showing some real grit to keep this game close. Phantom has been the stronger force overall in these matchups, coming in with a win rate of 64% across his career. He's clearly carrying that confidence into this specific series. It will be tough for Vortex to find a way back if this momentum holds. Another clean sequence for the underdog, showing some incredible poise in this series. Phantom still holds a 2-round edge over Vortex. The number 1 seed is certainly making his presence felt. Phantom is cruising now, leading 7-4. He's effectively recreating that dominant showing from their previous encounter. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the betting odds might have leaned toward Vortex, but the rankings aren't lying today. The top seed is playing a very clean game so far. Time to see if the momentum shifts. He's staying aggressive and refuses to back down, putting an end to that run. That's a really clean side picture he's found. The pressure is shifting back onto the top seed now. Phantom keeps the lead at 8-6. He's looking very comfortable despite that slight dip in the score. Unbelievable. He barely clings on with a sliver of health to keep this comeback alive. Absolute chaos. He's refusing to let that lead slide. Absolutely electric. He's clawed his way back to completely even the score. The momentum has shifted entirely in his favor. He's just not slowing down, taking a huge step forward in this comeback. A complete reversal of fortune from where we started today. He's simply on a different level right now, extending that run to 4 straight. He's practically owning the server right now. Phantom finds his footing again, putting a stop to that run. A vital response from the top seed to stay in this. We are all square at 10 apiece for both players. The world number 1 is starting to exert his will here. What a way to take the lead. He's staying incredibly sharp to push this into his favor. They're practically trading rounds back and forth now, and the tension is through the roof. He's really showing that top seed resilience today. Vortex manages to edge out the exchange, putting him just 1 step away from victory. Hard to believe where we are right now. A massive read from Phantom to bring this back to a deadlock, forcing us into overtime. Both of them are playing out of their minds to stay level. The pace of these last 2 rounds has been dizzying, just pure speed from Phantom. He's truly reminding everyone why he holds the number 1 spot. Simply an incredible response, and now we're deadlocked in the most intense way possible. A lightning-fast exchange to keep this deadlock alive. Vortex is putting on a show, stepping up once again to take total control of the series. Neither player is blinking today, they are just trading blows in the most literal sense. It's certainly making the most of that #1 ranking. An effortless shot there, and he's just one step away from closing this out. He's putting everything on the line to pull off the upset. A ridiculously fast reflex play, he puts the pressure back on with a perfect shot. He's keeping this battle incredibly tight. Vortex secures a narrow lead at 16-15. And just like that, Phantom ties it up at 16-all. Phantom pulls ahead, claiming a thin 17-16 advantage. He's definitely putting that higher rating to use in the clutch. Phantom stretches the lead to 18-16, just barely. He's just refusing to let any gap open up. He's just completely taking over the server now. Phantom is barely out of sight at 19-16. He really fought through the overtime pressure to keep his streak of dominance against him alive today. An absolute grinder of a set. What a fight. Welcome to the show, everyone. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off on fast aim to see who takes the victory. Phantom is clearly feeling comfortable here, knowing he holds a massive 68% win rate on this map. He already has the psychology in his favor after taking their last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure up. Phantom's cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. Catalyst is certainly playing like a top 3 talent today. Phantom is really starting to separate himself here, putting on a serious display of speed. He really looks like the #1 seed right now. Phantom is just too sharp right now, catching him right off that box to build a huge early cushion. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp to keep the gap manageable. He's proving he can handle the heat from the top seed. Another one for Catalyst, keeping the pressure high from the wine box to close the gap. The heavy favorite is suddenly looking vulnerable. Absolutely incredible. He secures the tie from the window, completing a full turnaround to level the series. Phantom gets a quick response, picking him right off that ramp. He's really playing to that top-seeded status right now. He's completely flipped the script, digging in from the ramp to tie this thing up at 5-5. Neither side is giving an inch in this battle. Phantom regains control with a slim 6-5 lead. He's really playing like the best player on the ladder right now. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, everything is trending exactly where we expected it to. Catalyst has looked strong throughout these first 12 rounds to keep pace with the top seed. Unreal. He barely survives a brutal exchange, clinging to a tiny shred of health to take the lead. That was way too close for comfort. He's staying strong and finds another quick finish, extending his lead to 8-6. He's totally in charge now, shutting things down from the toolbox to secure his third straight win. The underdogs are really finding their confidence in this half. He's just not slowing down, securing another win from the toolbox to hit a 4-round surge. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Phantom secures this one, pulling him right off that ramp. He's really fighting to get back to that top spot on the ladder. What a scramble! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his comeback attempt alive. The top seed is finally starting to look like the favorite again. That was a chaotic trade. He nearly went down with him, but managed to survive that firefight. He's showing immense grit now, putting the pressure back on the favorite. He's definitely playing above his projected ranking in this series. What a relentless push. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt to put himself 1 round away from the victory. What a finish! He closes out the series with a clean shot to the head, completing an incredible comeback to secure the win. He just completely shook the rankings today. To take down the world #1 after that rough patch is just an incredible way to bounce back. What a performance! Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Catalyst really owns the head-to-head history here, winning 58% of their matches over the long term. It's clear that dominance is continuing today after Catalyst just took their last encounter as well. We'll see if Vortex can break that cycle. Vortex is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's playing far above his current ladder, standing right now. He's completely in control now, securing a third straight win without taking a single point of damage. He is just unstoppable right now, putting together a 4-round tier. That's a shocking turn of events for the favorite. A wild scramble that almost went the other way, but he hangs on to push his streak to 5. He's completely flipped the script on the higher rated player today. And Catalyst finally answers back with a quick response. That's a much cleaner look for the second ranked player. He's showing great resolve, taking a second straight to cut the lead to 2. The experience is showing as he claws back into this. He's simply on fire right now, securing his third straight victory to keep the pressure on. And that's another one. He's completely erased the deficit to tie things up at 5-all. The underdog is fighting hard to stay in the game. A lightning fast snap from Vortex to put himself back in the lead. A tough start to the day for the number 5 seed. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is really making a statement here. He's playing incredibly precise CS, giving the second seed a serious run for his money. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Vortex is really turning things around with that 13-22 record from today. Considering he came into this as the underdog, it is an impressive bounce back. He's proved that he can handle the pressure against the top seed. Vortex is really finding those angles, catching Catalyst right there on the wine. It's a bit of a grind for the second ranked seed.
Vortex is widening the gap to 10-6.
It is quite a turnaround after that loss he suffered earlier today. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he claws out the victory with just a sliver of health left. A clean response from Catalyst, who continues to keep himself in this fight. Vortex secures the advantage again, moving him to a commanding 12-7 lead. The gap between their ladder positions doesn't seem to matter today. A very efficient piece of play from Catalyst to keep the pressure mounting. He is definitely leaning on his skill as the high-rated player now. Unbelievable. Vortex closes it out with a perfect final shot to seal the victory. He really came out and dominated the map. A massive result for the 5th seed to finally get his revenge. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Phantom facing off right now on dunes to see who comes out on top. Phantom is clearly the dominant force in this rivalry, boasting a 61% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. It's interesting to see that translate so directly to the server today. We'll see if Vortex can find any answer to that mental edge. Phantom's just on fire, taking a 2-1 lead. Vortex is proving why he's currently ranked in the top 5. Phantom is really putting on a clinic here, making these rounds feel like absolute sprints. Phantom's holding a slim 3-2 lead heading into this. Vortex fights back to tie it up at 3-all. This looks like a completely different fight than their previous meeting. Unbelievable. He clutches a victory by the skin of his teeth, barely surviving that war of attrition. Phantom is coming into this series with a solid 21-15 record over the last day. That level of consistency which is exactly why he's holding the top spot on our ladder right now. He's just outperforming everyone across the board. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now taken 4 straight to put a heavy grip on this match. Goodness, that was a complete slugfest. He scrapes by with barely any health left to keep this streak alive. The current #1 seed is putting on a show today. It's 9-3 for Phantom going into the break. Well, he was tipped to lose this one, but he's just completely taken over. Vortex looks lost right now after that 6-round slide. Phantom is just relentlessly crushing Vortex with a 10-3 lead. He's playing exactly like the league's top-rated player today. Vortex finally gets a point, but Phantom still leads 10-4. He's definitely showing why the ladder has him at the top. Vortex is putting up a real fight now, refusing to just let this game slip away. He's really starting to close the distance. He's on fire now, keeping this momentum going with a 3rd straight point. The pressure is definitely mounting for the top-rated player. He shuts that down quickly, putting an end to the recent rally. It's looking like the pre-match predictions were spot on. That's total control from the leader, and now he's just a single round away from closing this out. That was an incredibly crisp exchange. Vortex gets the quickest kill of the set to keep the dream alive. That was an insanely fast reaction. What a finish! He secures the final blow to close out the series. He just completely owns this map. Vortex tried to mount a comeback, but he's simply too strong right now. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Catalyst taking on the top-ranked Phantom today on Mappas. Let's see who wins. Phantom looks incredibly comfortable here, with a 70% win rate on this map. That's a stark contrast to the struggles Catalyst has faced in this specific environment. It will be interesting to see if that statistical edge translates into a blowout. Catalyst is simply dominating right now with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting the top seed on the defensive right now. We are back to a dead heat. Neither of these two is giving an inch early on. The number 1 seed is starting to flex his muscles. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange, taking the fight right to the ramp. Catalyst is just in complete control of the server right now, taking another round from the ramp. A tough spot for the best player in the league. The momentum has completely shifted, with the challenger claiming a 3rd straight victory. He's really making this look easy against the top seed. He's not going away quietly, answering back to keep this series alive. Expectations are starting to align with those pre-match predictions. Perfect shot there. The top seed is showing some serious grit in this comeback attempt. It's a steady climb back for the higher seed. Absolutely effortless. He just completely erased that lead to bring us back to a deadlock. He's simply too fast right now, taking a 4th straight to push into the lead. The pressure is starting to mount for the underdog here. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. It looks like the underdog is actually keeping pace with the favorite. We'll see if he can maintain this narrow gap in the second half. Fresh start coming up now. A nice bit of positioning there. Catalyst securing that round from the ramp to bring things right back to a tie. A vital response for him to stay in this fight. Total chaos now, as Catalyst and Phantom sit tied. Neither one has a clear upper hand in their head-to-head history. Unreal, he barely survives that exchange from the ramp to keep his streak alive. An incredibly shaky run for the top seeds right now. Phantom survives a messy exchange to tie the series up at 8-8. This is starting to feel like a toss-up, regardless of the ranking. Catalyst uses that height advantage from the container to reclaim a narrow lead here. The top player is clearly feeling the pressure. Catalyst is just on fire right now, picking him right off the ramp to widen the gap. That's the second map today where the favorite has struggled. He's refusing to back down, clawing his way right back into this contest. A steady response from the top seed to keep the gap minimal. Another lightning-fast reaction as the top seed continues his charge back into this match. He is just completely taking over now, moving his lead to 11-10 with an absolute blur of a shot. A quick exchange puts the score dead level at 11-11. Everything about this match is just throwing the script away. A complete shutdown of the exchange. Phantom is just 1 round away from victory. The experience gap is really starting to show in these high-stakes moments. What a finish! He seals the series with a completely untouchable final shot to claim victory. The underdog put up a massive fight, but he just couldn't close that final gap when it mattered. He really pushed the number 1 seed to his limit. What a fight! welcome to the show. Vortex and Catalyst take over Orange for this duel, where the favorite looks to keep his streak alive. Catalyst holds a significant overall advantage in their head-to-head history with over 800 wins. It's interesting because Vortex is the one who actually came out on top in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that earlier victory gives him the confidence to close the gap here. Both players traded heavy damage, but Catalyst edges out the win to grab a command of the match. He is absolutely crushing it, putting up a perfect 4-round run. A clean response there to hold that momentum. He's certainly leaning on that top 5 rank to stay competitive. He's finding his footing now, securing a second straight for a spirited push. That early lead he held is starting to feel a bit fragile. What a chaotic exchange, but he walks away with his third straight to keep this charge going. The underdog is making his presence felt in this series. Unreal. He's completely erased that early deficit to lock the series at a dead heat. This is a total reversal of the expected outcome. He is absolutely unstoppable right now, taking full control of this match. The pressure is clearly mounting for the higher-seeded player. He's simply in a different gear right now, securing a 6th consecutive win with an effortless flick. He is absolutely on fire, claiming a 7th straight victory to tighten the grip before we hit the mid-game break. Vortex takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the favorite today. That 8-round burst has put him in a great spot to pull off the up. Time to see if Catalyst can bounce back. Vortex has only managed a 50% win rate lately. It's a sharp contrast to the way he's looked in the first half of this match. He'll need to find that consistency again if he wants to hold off this comeback. He quickly halts the momentum shift, putting himself firmly in the driver's seat. A really tough spot for the seasoned vet to dig out of. Holy cow, he barely survives the disaster of a fight to keep his streak rolling. He is simply refusing to let the game slip away. A clean response from the favorite to keep the fight alive. He is definitely relying on that higher ladder position to stay in this. Vortex had a comfortable lead, but he's looking much more vulnerable now that the momentum has shifted. Vortex is back in charge, putting the pressure on with a flawless reaction. Catalyst secures a precise kill to keep his hopes alive. A desperate situation for the veteran to navigate. He keeps his cool, shutting down that mini run to keep the pressure on. It is starting to look like a typical outing for the higher ranked pro. Absolutely effortless. He's now taken 3 straight to keep this fight alive. The gap in their rankings is starting to show in these closing rounds. What a fight. He claws through that damage and secures the match victory in a total nail-biter. He really fought through the noise to secure a massive result here. To come out on top against someone with that kind of historical dominance is just huge. He had to work for that. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping up for this duel, with Phantom entering as the favorite. What a fight. Vortex barely scratches through that exchange to take the opening lead. Phantom holds a massive career edge here, leading their head-to-head record by almost 1,000 wins. It's clear that historical dominance is weighing on this matchup. The question is whether Vortex can break that cycle today. Vortex is really dominating, pushing a commanding 3-1 lead. It's an interesting look at the matchup, considering the rank 1 seed is struggling. Phantom is starting to push back, quickly erasing that early deficit to stay right in the hunt. Phantom is just too quick right now, punishing Vortex as soon as he stepped onto that ramp. Vortex clings to a narrow edge now, leading 4-3. Still a tough climb for him against the league's top-rated player. Phantom is taking full control of the tempo now, quickly shutting down Vortex as he pushed up the ramp. He's really playing the role of the favorite right now. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, using that elevation to keep the pressure high. He claims the high ground on the ramp and secures another rapid victory. He's simply on another level right now, putting up a huge 4-round run. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break and is looking very strong. I mean, the world rank 1 is comfortably ahead and seems to be in total control right now. Time to switch it up. Vortex secures the edge from the window, showing some real grit to keep this contest tight. He's refusing to let the gap in skill define the series. Phantom's overall success rate is sitting at 64%. He's consistently producing results that justify his top seed. It'll take something truly special from Vortex to reverse the trend we're seeing here. Phantom is really starting to pull away now, quickly shutting down Vortex's attempt to hold that ramp. Vortex is certainly feeling the pressure of that #1 spot. Another clean kill from the ramp, and the momentum stays firmly with the top seed. He manages to trade back around and narrow the gap to 7-10. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here. He needs to string a few together quickly to stay in this. He slams the door shut on that momentum shift, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He looks completely unfazed by the pressure. Vortex reacts lightning fast to stave off the defeat for now. That was a crisp response to keep the dream alive. And that's it. Phantom shuts the door with a final kill to take home the victory. Vortex really fought hard for a while there, but you can't deny the skill gap when you're facing the world's best. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom has a strong overall lead with 877 total wins in their head-to-head history. You know, it's interesting because he's really carrying that momentum right now after a very strong morning. He should be able to bounce back quickly from this first loss. Catalyst is starting to build a real lead here. Really surprising to see him stumble after that recent 3-game hot streak. Emotion mid Catalyst is taking total control of this early set, shaking off those recent losses with some sharp plays Emotion mid. Phantom manages to hold the high ground for that one, keeping this set incredibly close. He's certainly playing like the top seed in this duel. What an absolute nail-biter! Phantom barely scrapes by this one, taking Catalyst right off the ramp. Everything is coming up roses for the world #1 today. Emotion mid Catalyst is really putting the pressure on, outplaying Phantom even while the other guy held the height Emotion mid. Unbelievable. He survives by a thread after that chaotic exchange to move a step closer to victory. He is fighting a tough stretch after those recent losses to Vortex. Catalyst edges ahead now, leading 5-4. Phantom is definitely looking lean and hungry today. Phantom is looking sharp, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this match dead even. He's a force to be reckoned with after those last 3 wins. He's completely shifted the tide, taking a 3-round run to reclaim the lead. He's really putting his status as the #1 seed on display. Emotion mid, we're all squared at 6, all heading into the switch, and honestly this is exactly the kind of battle we expected from two titans. Phantom is fighting hard to maintain his #1 seed. Status Emotion mid. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst pounces back to an arrow, 7-6 laid. He's really digging in despite that tough match earlier today. And just like that, Phantom levels the playing field. Expectations are high, but it's a complete toss-up at this stage. That was a blink and you miss it, exchange, and Catalyst is really speeding up his reactions now. Catalyst has now secured 2 wins in a row, and honestly it's a surprising shift, since he entered this duel on a 3-game losing streak. If he can keep this energy, we might be looking at a major upset over the league leader. Emotion mid, a real stalemate on the ramp that time, but Phantom is just a hair faster to secure the win Emotion mid. Catalyst just reclaimed the advantage, moving up to 10. Phantom needs to find an answer fast, as Catalyst is starting to look like the one in control here. Having a tough run of luck today, but he's completely flipped the script here. These last few rounds have been absolute sprints, just pure speed from both of them. Pure class on display from the top seed in the league. Phantom is just too precise, picking Catalyst right off the Tetris to keep this series wide open. His superior experience is really starting to show in the clutch. Phantom claims another high ground win from the box, and is now just 1 round away from the victory. The top seed is really asserting himself in the final stretch. And that brings us back to a dead heat. He secures the win from the boost to force overtime. Absolutely lethal efficiency from the top-rated player in the world. Phantom is putting on a clinic with his movement right now, making it look way too easy to navigate this space. That was a clean finish to put himself in a dominant spot. Phantom is just starting to separate himself now, really taking advantage of the momentum to build a solid lead. Both players are reacting so quickly now that it's practically a toss-up who walks away with this. It's getting tense now. Catalyst is starting to put some serious pressure on the top seed. The world #1 is really struggling to keep his footing now. He's absolutely locked in, catching Phantom from the boost to bring himself to the edge of victory. The underdog is completely defying the odds right now. Whoa, what a fight. Phantom survives a brutal war of attrition to keep himself alive in this set. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch tonight. Phantom holds a slim lead at 16-15 now. And it's a dead tie at 16 apiece. Phantom takes the lead once more, sitting at 17. The gap in the recent form is certainly playing a role here. Phantom is pulling ahead again, leading 18-16. He's really reminding us why he holds that top ranking. Phantom's huge momentum shift puts him up 19-16. He just refused to stay down, clawing back twice from the brink to close things out. Talk about a test of will. What a match. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We're on red line today as Vortex takes on the favorite Catalyst. Catalyst holds a strong historical edge here with a 73% win rate on this map. It's a huge advantage that he isn't showing right now. We'll see if he can lean on that experience to shake off this rough start. Vortex is absolutely dominating the ramp, taking his third straight round. He's coming into this set after a tough run of losses recently. A frantic firefight, but he walks away with the fourth straight. The momentum is shifting away from the third ranked player. Simply unbelievable. The streak hits 5 as he continues to outplay the favorite. He's looking a bit shaky after those 2 losses to Phantom today. Finally, the favorite gets back on the board. He's a tough opponent to crack, historically leading their lifetime head-to-head. Vortex just completely shut him down, pulling off that kill while Catalyst was holding the Tetris. The number 3 seed is really struggling to find answers. Vortex has been struggling with a 12-23 record over the last day. Well, he's clearly fighting through some frustration after those recent losses. If he can maintain this lead, it would be a huge mental victory against a player who usually has his number. What a response! He's completely taken control of this match with a 3rd consecutive win. Goodness, a total slugfest. He barely scrapes through to extend this run to 4 straight. He's just barely hanging on after that close exchange. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's fighting his way toward a huge upset right now. Catalyst has the upper hand in their career head-to-head, but it's the 5th seed who's controlling the pace. Time to see if Catalyst resets. Vortex is just relentlessly aggressive right now, picking Catalyst right off that ramp. He's certainly not feeling that 1916 record from earlier today. A total shutout this time, as he shows real grit in this push to close the gap. The higher rated player is starting to dig in. He manages to secure the exchange on the ramp, keeping the pressure high as he claws his way back. The gap between these two is narrowing fast. Vortex claims another fast round, securing a healthy lead as he holds the ramp. The number 5 seed is really finding his stride now. Vortex is pulling well ahead now with a 10-7 lead. He's just not stopping, using that ramp advantage to push his lead to 11-7. Catalyst is really feeling that recent poor form from his last 10 games. A clean stop here to keep the score tight. He definitely hasn't forgot about that narrow defeat on Orange earlier. Vortex just put on a clinic, moving within striking distance of the victory. Catalyst holds the high ground and shuts him down from the ramp, delaying that final blow. He's definitely trying to regain that early momentum from the first half. Unbelievable! Vortex closes out the series with that final kill to take the victory. He's just completely flipped the script on the favorite here, taking 2 back-to-back sets against the top 3 seed. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Italy today as Vortex takes on Phantom in a battle for dominance. Phantom enters this series with a significant historical advantage, having won 61% of their head-to-head encounters. It's interesting because he also managed to take the win in their most recent meeting. It'll be a tough mountain for Vortex to climb if the early momentum stays this one-sided. Vortex reacts quickly to catch Phantom while he's perched on the vine, evening things up a bit. We've got a total deadlock with both players tied. The world number one is definitely feeling the pressure now. Phantom just edges ahead, leading the count 3-2. He's certainly playing like the top seed right now. These exchanges are getting faster and faster, neither player is giving an inch today. The underdog is fighting back to hold his own. Phantom is barely hanging on to a slim one-round lead. He has a massive amount of experience under his belt. Phantom is carrying quite a bit of momentum right now with an impressive 22-14 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggle Vortex has had in his recent appearances. This seems to be transforming into a very one-sided affair. A precise shot from Vortex closes the gap as he continues to claw back into this match. Another clean shot from Vortex showing real grit as he closes the gap right before the switch. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. It's a surprising start given how people view the odds for this one. Vortex just won the last 2 rounds, so he's finally starting to find an opening. Let's see if this trend continues. He keeps the momentum swinging his way, using the high ground on the vine for a perfect strike. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. What a statement! He completely wipes the slate clean to lock the score at 7-all. The odds are looking very different right about now. Phantom just reclaimed that vantage point on the vine to snap the streak and push forward. Phantom pulls ahead again, now holding a 2-round cushion. The top-rated talent in the league is simply too precise today. He's completely took over now, securing another fast victory to keep the streak alive. The top seed is fully in control here. Absolute efficiency here as he puts a massive grip on the series. He completely shuts this down, taking out the opposition from the vine to move within a single round of victory. Vortex keeps the dream alive with a flawless stop to prevent the immediate loss. That was a lightning fast response to get back in the fight. Unbelievable. Phantom survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to close out the match. He really showed why he's holding that top spot today. Despite that scary comeback from the other side, he had to work for that. Welcome to the tunes. We've got Catalyst and Phantom facing off to see who can claim the win today. Phantom enters this one with a massive edge on this map, where he holds a 65% win rate, and considering he just beat Catalyst in their most recent meeting, the momentum is firmly on his side. Let's see if Catalyst can find a way to answer back. Catalyst is really starting to pull ahead here. A tough spot to be in for the league's top seed. That was an absolute scrap, but he manages to survive the exchange and keep the streak alive. The top seed is looking very vulnerable right now. Phantom gets a clean look at the head to bring the score back to 3-2. He is definitely proving why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. And just like that, Catalyst has leveled the playing field. The best player on the ladder is looking formidable right now. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, extending his run to 3 straight. He's really capitalizing on a strong day so far. That puts things square at 4-all. The top 2 seeds in the league are locked in a dead heat. Unreal. Both players were nearly depleted, but Phantom barely scrapes through that exchange to take the lead. He's been extremely consistent with his form lately. Phantom is really leaning into his current form, boasting an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it's a sharp contrast to the struggles Catalyst has had recently. It will be tough for the number 3 seed to turn this around if the tide keeps shifting this way. We're heading into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. And honestly, the supposed underdog is absolutely running the show here. Catalyst needs a major adjustment to stay in this game. Sides are swapping now. Phantom is cruising now with a 5-round lead. That was a flash-fast exchange to keep the pressure high. Coming off a clean 13-8 victory against Vortex today. Phantom keeps the wind in his sails at 9-5. Despite the loss, the never 3 seed is clearly fighting to stay in this. The pace of these exchanges is just lightning fast. Catalyst is struggling to keep up with that reaction speed. Phantom is putting on a showcase here, just completely dismantling the opposition. His 22-14 tally today reflects just how locked in he's been. Catalyst is refusing to go quietly. He's fighting back and trying to bridge this gap. Incredible. He survives by a hair's breadth to put himself just 1 round away from victory. That's it. Phantom shuts the door on this series and claims the victory. He's really owning this rivalry lately, and it shows. This just solidifies his grip on that number 1 spot in the league. Welcome to the stream. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking for a strong win. Catalyst leads the historical head-to-head with 860 total wins. It's a huge advantage to have over someone like Vortex. We have to see if he can shake off this recent cold streak and find a way back into the match. Vortex is simply dominating this early lead. It's tough to see a top 5 talent start this slowly. He just keeps on rolling, effortlessly picking the opponent off the toolbox. He's just not letting up, securing the win from the wine box. A surprising turn of events for the higher rated player. Catalyst gets a clean hit, knocking him right off the wine box. Still, the higher rated man on the ladder showing some resolve. Vortex is making this look easy from the wine box, and he's really putting some distance between himself and Catalyst right now. Vortex is currently carrying a huge amount of momentum after a 13-9 win in their most recent meeting. It's making a huge difference here, as he's completely shifted the dynamic of this match. He's clearly playing with a level of confidence that Catalyst just hasn't matched today. And he strikes again. It's 4 straight for Vortex, leaving his opponent completely outclassed. The third seed is really struggling to find any answers today. Vortex guns him down from the ramp and just keeps extending this lead. The higher rank isn't offering much resistance today. Vortex claims another victory from the wine box, continuing a huge run before we head into the break. Hard to believe Catalyst is seeing this much trouble today. We go into the break with Vortex leading 10-2. Well, the favorite is completely falling apart right now. It's a shocking start for the third seed who just can't stop the bleed. Time for a mental reset. Vortex is just far too fast today, picking him off the planks in a flash. It's an interesting shift considering their long-term history. Vortex puts him down and moves within a single round of ending this blowout. A quick exchange and the momentum is firmly back with him. Finally, a point for Catalyst, who managed a completely clean finish there. A nice piece of composure to slow things down. What a finish! He shuts the door on Catalyst and secures the victory. He's really starting to get the better of his rival lately, completely erasing that historical lead in one sitting. Welcome to the arena. We have Vortex and Phantom stepping up for this 1v1 duel to see who takes the win. Phantom has a considerable edge in their head-to-head history, winning about 61% of their meetings. It makes sense why the top-rated player in our league is entering this match as the favorite. I'll be curious to see if the scoreline reflects that gap as the game progresses. Vortex is really pushing the pace with a 2-1 lead. His recent 90% form hasn't quite materialized yet today. Phantom just catches him right as he's stepping up the ramp, leveling things up completely. The top seed is certainly finding his footing now. Vortex keeps the upper hand with a 3-2 advantage. Both of these players are comfortably in the top tier of our ranking. Vortex is just dominating right now, leading 4-2. He's really putting the top-rated guy in a tough spot. He's simply not letting up, securing another one to build a huge cushion. Total opposite of what happened in their last meeting. He's showing some real grit here, closing the gap to just 2 rounds. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in this early. Vortex just completely outplayed him there, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold that high ground. Vortex is really taking control here, shutting him down from the ramp to extend that lead. He's really defined the long-term head-to-head trends right now. Absolute perfection from Vortex to keep his streak alive, heading into the break. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead going into the break, right? We're seeing exactly what we wanted from him today. He's playing with a lot of confidence to keep the world #1 at bay. Time to see if Phantom responds. Vortex has climbed to a 5-round lead despite having an overall win rate of only 50% across his career. It is a massive shift from the usually steady consistency we see from the #1 player. This is really becoming a nightmare for Phantom to deal with. He's on a tear now, putting on a total exhibition and cruising to an 11-4 lead. Unbelievable scenes for the #1 player right now. He's simply untouchable right now, moving into a position to end this whole match. He's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome. Phantom finally finds an opening from the Tetris to slow things down. A glimpse of that early favorite status returning. Phantom secures another quick round to keep his hopes alive. What a finale. Vortex secures the final blow from the boost to finish it all. He really stepped up to the plate and proved that ranking gap isn't nearly as wide as it looks on paper. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Catalyst and Phantom facing off on Mappas for a high-stakes duel. Phantom enters the room with a significant head-to-head advantage, winning over 500 more matches than his opponent historically. It's clear he's been the one to dominate this rivalry across their careers. Now we see if Catalyst can actually flip the script today. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses against Vortex. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on right now, making it look easy to build a lead. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Blame Dunes. Phantom answers back immediately, cutting right through the height advantage to keep this one tight. He's definitely playing like the top seed on the ladder right now. We've hit a deadlock, both players sitting at 3. He has really been the dominant force throughout their careers. And another one! He's completely taken over the map with 3 straight wins. He looks completely untroubled after that tough series against Vortex earlier. And just like that, we're back to a stalemate at 4 apiece. A huge shift in momentum for the 5th ranked player. Phantom claws back to lead 5-4. He's putting that top-seeded experience on full display. Emotion mid-Phantom is maintaining an impressive 70% win rate on this map. It's a huge contrast to his opponent's struggle here. The gap in comfort and confidence is really starting to show as he pulls ahead Emotion. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. And honestly, this is exactly how we expected this map to play out. Catalyst is holding his own against the world number 1, keeping a tight grip on this series going into the second half. Fresh starts for both players now. Catalyst grabs a narrow edge, leading 7-6. The underdog is really making his mark in this series. Phantom strikes back to tie things up at 7 apiece. His current overall form is outclassing almost everyone else today. Catalyst manages to hold the ramp and secure the win, pushing his lead to 2. A total turnaround considering how those last few games ended. And now we're perfectly level at 8 each. It's been a long road back to an even score here. Phantom takes the lead once more, stepping ahead 9-8. The world number 1 is starting to assert his authority. He just picks him off the ramp, continuing a fierce run toward the finish line. His recent form has just been a completely different level today. Catalyst uses that ramp to secure another victory, narrowing the gap. Phantom is quickly reclaiming control of this game and finds Catalyst out of position on that container. Phantom just cleans him right off the ramp to put himself on match point. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog here. What a response. Catalyst refuses to go quietly, keeping himself in this contest, despite the odds. He's refusing to break. That's another one for Catalyst as he pushes the score back to 11-12. He's completely disregarded the ratings gap in this stretch. Absolute madness. He secures his 3rd straight victory from the ramp to force a tie. Pure chaos as the lead just completely evaporated. Unbelievable. He barely manages to hold on, barely scraping by with a few points of health left. Talk about a heart-stopping finish to a frantic exchange. Phantom is definitely regaining his composure, moving closer to closing this out with another efficient victory. He forces through the heavy fire to take this one, putting a massive amount of pressure on the underdog. Absolutely crushing it right now. The confidence is just radiating off him. A pristine shot from Catalyst to stop the bleeding and keep this fight alive. The underdog is refusing to let the series slide away. Absolute perfection. He shuts everything down without taking a single point of damage. He just shuts the door on this series with a brilliant finish. He just barely kept his composure to close things out in overtime. That was an absolute battle for every single inch of the map. He had to earn every bit of that victory. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on red line today as Vortex takes on the favorite Catalyst in this exciting duel. Catalyst has won 58% of their career matches against Vortex. The pressure is definitely mounting since he's dropped his last several bouts today. Now the big question is if he can get back his historical edge. A real scramble on the ramp there, but Catalyst manages to come out on top. A high tier battle for sure, with both sitting in the top 5. Absolute chaos. Vortex somehow digs himself out of a hole to take the lead, surviving with a sliver of health after pulling Catalyst off the Tetris. We are completely deadlocked as the score sits at 2 apiece. A huge contrast to that 13-3 loss he suffered earlier today. He's really making a statement now, catching Vortex from the Tetris to extend that lead. He's looking far more composed than in that previous loss on Fast Aim. Unreal, both players were nearly gone in that exchange, but he just barely edges it out. He really seems to have the advantage here. What a fight! He just barely survives with a handful of health after clearing Catalyst off the ramp. Vortex is looking every bit like a top 3 player right now. Oh, what a scramble! He manages to scrap through that fight with almost nothing left to his name. What a nail-biter! He just barely clutches another victory to push his lead. Vortex is proving to be a real nightmare for him today. He's simply untouchable right now, strolling to a 4th straight victory without losing a single hit point. It's a complete reversal from the usual favorite status. Catalyst finds a clean opening from the Tetris to cut into that deficit before the break. He's certainly playing for pride after those rough outings today. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Catalyst usually has the upper hand, but Vortex is playing his way toward a real shock here. We'll see if the higher ranked player can actually close this out. Vortex is absolutely on fire, taking out Catalyst right off the ramp to hold a 1-round advantage. The rank 3 seed is really controlling the tempo here. Catalyst uses that high ground on the ramp to neutralize the pressure and tie things back up. He's showing why he holds such a strong historical lead on this layout. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we head into 15. His recent form has been a struggle with 7 straight losses. He's purely in command now, picking up another easy victory to keep the momentum swinging his way. Vortex quickly puts an end to that, clearing him right off the ramp. It's a tough mental spot for him after that rough stretch. Catalyst has such a massive technical advantage here with a 73% map win rate, and honestly, seeing him pull ahead right now shows he's finally starting to leverage that home field. He just needs to keep this focus to avoid another upset. Vortex manages to shut him down on the ramp, bringing this whole thing right back to a deadlock. It's been a brutal morning for him so far. An absolute stalemate as both stand even at 10. A sudden shift in momentum that really puts the pressure on. That was an instant result. Catalyst is really cranking up the speed to pull ahead again. He's nearly there. Catalyst manages another shutdown on the ramp to reach match point. The momentum has shifted completely in this final stretch. What a way to finish. Catalyst secures the victory and shuts the door on this series. He really had to fight through a lot of blood and sweat to put this one away. Vortex was just incredible at chewing through his health and barely escaping those exchanges. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got an exciting matchup today as Vortex takes on the heavily favored Phantom. Vortex claims the early lead by taking control of the height. A strong start for the challenger against the top seed. Phantom generally holds a strong advantage in their head-to-head history, winning roughly 61% of their meetings. But that doesn't account for the fact that Vortex just brushed him aside in their previous clash. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries through this set. Phantom is really struggling to find an answer for Vortex. The best player on the ladder is looking a bit shaky right now. The round speed is increasing and Phantom is starting to trade blows right back. The top seed is starting to look a lot more comfortable. And we are all squared up at 3 apiece. It's starting to feel like the natural order of the ladder. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, clearing Phantom off that elevated spot to keep his lead. Phantom has a high 65% win rate on this specific layout, but the raw numbers aren't reflecting in the early stages of this set. It's a strange position for the number 1 seed to be in right now. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-4. The world's best is having a very tough time right now. Vortex is really building some momentum here, turning a tight contest into a comfortable lead. Vortex goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite here. He's controlled the map and really played his way into this cushion. Time to see if Phantom resets. Vortex keeps the heat up, extending it to 8-5. A quick flash of brilliance from the league's highest rated player. Vortex just keeps rolling, pulling ahead to 9-5. Vortex is really making a statement against the top seed today. Phantom is refusing to go down quietly, clawing back a crucial round to keep this close. Vortex just widened the gap to 10-6. He's really capitalizing on this moment today. Vortex is just an absolute wall right now, making it almost impossible for Phantom to get a foot back in this. Phantom is starting to find some answers, showing that a few quick rounds can shift the energy completely. He's just 1 round away from closing this out. It's been a nightmare of a set for the top ranked seed. What a finish! Vortex closes out the series with a total shutdown of the top seed. The top seed just can't find his rhythm today as he gets completely dismantled for the 2nd time in a row. Phantom is our current top-rated player and has always historically dominated this matchup. He should be in control here despite that slow start. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can actually maintain this lead. Catalyst is just outclassing him, holding a 2-1 edge. He's definitely not shaking off that loss against Vortex yet. Catalyst is moving far too quickly for him right now. That was a blink and you miss it duel. He's just completely taking over right now, piling on another round. Hard to believe the top guy on the ladder is stumbling this badly. A sharp reaction here to hold that run and get back into this game. Catalyst has a 60% win rate over thousands of games, which shows he definitely has the consistency to play at this level. Well, he's really making the most of his confidence right now. He's looking incredibly comfortable in these exchanges. A tight exchange, but Phantom secures the win to keep his momentum building. He's finally starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. Catalyst still holds a 2-round cushion at 6-4. He's showing a lot of grit despite that loss to Vortex earlier. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to close the gap before we head into the break. Absolute nails on that final shot. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. Let's see if the number 1 seed can flip the script in the second half. Time to switch sides. He's digging deep, managing to outlast his opponent and keeping the deficit narrow. He's fighting hard to close the gap and reclaim his status as the favorite. Catalyst is pulling ahead, now sitting comfortably at 8-6. A huge contrast to how that Mappa's game ended for these two. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to pull through the scrap. The momentum is shifting back in his favor. Catalyst pushes the advantage to 9-7 after that play. The all-time head-to-head history definitely isn't playing a role here. That was a blur. He completely outduels his opponent to cut the lead to 1. Catalyst is still in the driver's seat at 10-8. He's taking a lot of heat today after that tough series with Vortex. Catalyst is just putting on a clinic right now, moving a step ahead in almost every exchange. That is an absolute storm of a run, leaving him with just a single round to go. A lightning fast reset from Phantom, catching his opponent completely off guard. He's finally found some breathing room in this series. He is staying remarkably calm under pressure, forcing Catalyst to fight for every single round now. He's refusing to let the game slip away, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. This is precisely the kind of resilience that put him at the top of the ladder. What a performance! Catalyst finishes the series with an absolute shutdown to secure the victory. An absolute nail-biter of a series, but he just managed to keep his composure when it mattered most. He really fought his way back from the brink. What a fight! Catalyst really owns the head-to-head numbers with a 58% career win rate against Vortex, and we saw a glimpse of that dominance in their most recent clash. I wonder if Vortex can flip the script this time around. Vortex is playing a fast game here, quickly taking control of the server. The third-ranked man in the league is refusing to back down. Catalyst is just barely keeping the edge for now. His rank is nearly identical to the other man's on the ladder. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, making the most of that height advantage on the ramp. That was instantaneous. He's completely taken over the map. The early favorite is simply putting on a clinic here. He just shreds through those planks, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. He's looking incredibly composed despite the shaky form in his last 10. And he just wipes out Vortex right off that ramp, extending the lead to 6-1. He looks just as sharp as he did in the previous clash today. He's simply untouchable right now, picking his opponent off the ramp to secure another victory. Unbelievable. Vortex survives by a sliver of health to finally break that run. A clutch moment there to finally shake things up. Catalyst is making short work of this one, swiftly picking Vortex off the ramp to stay in the driver's seat. Vortex has a slightly higher win rate on this map over the long term, and he's definitely using that familiarity to dig himself out of a deep hole. If he can actually narrow this gap, we might see a complete reversal of the expected result. Catalyst takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected this to look. He's outclassing Vortex right now, and the pressure is really mounting. Vortex needs to find some answers. Catalyst still holds a commanding 5-round lead. A huge 13-7 victory over Phantom earlier today gives him some confidence. Vortex is really struggling to close this 6-point gap. Both are in the top 10 on the ladder right now. He just can't find an opening while Catalyst is perched up in that window. The Manor 4 seed is simply outplaying everyone right now. Vortex just held that window perfectly to shut down the push from the ramp. He's really fighting through a tough day so far. Vortex is really starting to chip away at that lead, picking off Catalyst right from the ramp. A tough run of form lately for the favorite. He just drops Catalyst off that wine box with a perfect shot, keeping this run alive. This run is becoming a real problem for the favorite. What a run! He's completely overtaken the pace of this match with a 4th consecutive win. The tide is turning quickly for the favorite. He completely shuts down the ramp again to move within striking distance. Vortex has completely erased that early double-digit deficit. Absolutely breathless. Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to barely scrape through to keep the streak alive. What a turnaround. He just shuts down the ramp to bring this whole series back to a deadlock. He answers back immediately from the ramp to reach match point. An immediate response to stop the momentum shift. A pure shot to knock Catalyst off the ramp, bringing the series level at 12-12. Total deadlock as we head into the tiebreaker. Neither of these two is giving an inch tonight. We are looking at a total toss-up as we enter the tiebreaker. A very narrow margin between these two on the ladder. Catalyst is really starting to pull away again, finding his footing at the perfect time. He just seals the deal from the planks, leaving Vortex with no room to breathe. The favorite is finally reclaiming his control of the server. Game over. Catalyst closes it out with a 4th straight victory to secure the match. Vortex really put him through the ringer in that overtime stretch, but he just couldn't find one more to tie it up. What a fight! Phantom enters the match with a commanding 61% career win rate against his opponent. He's clearly the more experienced fighter in this specific pairing. It's just a matter of whether Vortex can pull off another surprise like he did in their last meeting. He's just too fast for his opponent, making it a 3-0 start. The top-rated guy in the league is looking sharp right now. He's just completely in control, carving through the defense to reach a 4-0 lead. Absolutely effortless. He's just tearing through his opponent right now. What a scrap! Both players were practically dead, but he manages to scrap through for his second point. Phantom has been incredibly sharp today with a 22-14 record over the last day. It's really showing in the way he's managing the distance and tempo right now. He's making it look simple against another top-tier opponent. Phantom is just relentlessly cruising to a 7-2 lead. The number one player on the ladder is really asserting himself here. Vortex manages to hold that ramp advantage and trades back around. It's a decent start to the day for the number 4 seed. Vortex is finally closing the gap, trailing 4-7. He's definitely feeling the pressure of those losses to the other side. It's 7-5 in favor of Phantom, heading into the break. I mean, he was the underdog coming into this, but he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. We'll see if Vortex can bring that energy back. Let's see if the momentum sticks. He manages to pick him off the ramp, keeping this rally alive. Vortex is really fighting back and making this a tight contest. Phantom shuts that down quickly, picking him off the Tetris to keep things in his favor. Phantom is really making use of his high rating here. Phantom's firmly back in the driver's seat at 9-6. The top seed is refusing to let this slip. That was a completely clean sequence, showing a lot of grit as he continues to climb back into this. Vortex just proved he can hold his own in these quick exchanges. Phantom manages to find the mark and takes him right off the box to widen this gap. His historical edge in this matchup is really starting to surface. Phantom is really putting a stranglehold on this series, just moving from one round to the next with a lot of ease. He completely dismantles that ramp defense, putting him just one step away from victory. Vortex is completely out of sync in this exchange. Vortex refuses to go down quietly, shutting that door wide open with an effortless pop. That's a huge momentum shift right at the finish line. Another huge play for the challenger, knocking his opponent right off the Tetris, swaying the momentum right when it mattered most. He just won't stop. That's another clean shot for Vortex, and the pressure is mounting for Phantom. What a finale! Phantom seals the deal with a blistering shot to secure the victory. That closing surge from the number 4 seed almost flipped the script. He really pushed the champion to the limit there. Hard fought win. Phantom looks sharp early, utilizing that ramp elevation to take a quick opening lead. Phantom is coming into this with a strong 23-13 record today, and he looks completely confident in his opening engagement. Now it's a matter of seeing if his momentum can overcome Catalyst's historically high success rate on this specific map. We've got a dead heat now at 2 apiece. The world number 1 is under a lot of pressure right now. Phantom reacts just in time to keep Catalyst from getting any traction from that high spot. The top-seeded player is really showing his class here. Catalyst had no trouble flashing him out of the Tetris boxes. His head-to-head advantage is really feeling distant right now. Phantom keeps the pressure up, holding his ground on the ramp to secure another narrow win. He's truly playing like the number 1 rated guy today. Both players are trading rounds like crazy. It's an absolute deadlock right now. It's almost an even split between these two today. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure, claiming a narrow lead as he takes the duel from the box. We're all squared up as they head into double digits. He looks like he's shaking off that loss from their last meeting. Catalyst edges ahead by a single round now. We're locked in at 6-6. Honestly, the heavy favorite is holding his own, just as we anticipated. We'll see if Phantom can use his worldwide ranking to pull ahead in the second half. Fresh start for both players. Catalyst just completely shut him down, refusing to let Phantom find any footing on that ramp. An impressive run of form from the third-ranked player here. And now we're back to a total stalemate at 7-all. Catalyst takes the lead once more, moving to 8-7. The top seed is really fighting for his life now. Catalyst is really taking control now, putting the pressure on as he keeps clearing out Phantom's defensive setups. It's a complete role reversal from how this usually looks. Catalyst keeps the momentum, pushing it to 9-8. He's putting that massive historical edge over his opponent into practice. Catalyst is really making himself felt here, using the height advantage on the ramp to force the pace. The momentum is shifting away from the current world leader. Phantom is trailing by 1, barely hanging on. That win gives him some much needed breathing room. Catalyst just completely dismantled him while he was holding that ramp position. It's starting to look like a repeat of their recent clash on Orange. Both players are glued to the ramp now, and it's a complete stalemate as they trade these last few rounds. His overall head-to-head lead is definitely starting to feel relevant. Unreal, he survives a brutal exchange to knock Catalyst off the Tetris, bringing the score level at 11-11. Absolute nails for that final blow. A perfect response to regain the advantage, leaving him just 1 step away from victory. game over. He closes it out with an absolute lightning strike to secure the victory. Just an unbelievable showing for the underdog. He's officially taken over this rivalry for now. What a fight! Catalyst has historically beaten Vortex in 58% of their matches, and he's coming into this with an edge after winning their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can finally turn things around today. Absolute perfection from Catalyst, who just swept the floor with his opponent to start this set. He's found his footing, refusing to let this set slip away completely. The favorite is still firmly in control here. Catalyst is dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. Catalyst just extends that gap to 5-1. Vortex currently holds a higher win rate on this map than his opponent does. It's an interesting dynamic because it's giving him a way to fight back despite the deficit. Let's see if he can capitalize on that specific advantage. He's completely on fire now, taking a third straight round to close the gap. The underdog is starting to look like the dangerous one here. A quick response from the favorite to hold that momentum. He's really playing like the higher rated talent right now. Catalyst still holds a solid 3-round cushion. A tough afternoon for the number 4 seed. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst going into the break. Things are playing out pretty much as we thought they would. He's in a great spot, but Vortex is definitely keeping the pressure on. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Catalyst holds an 8-5 lead as we move forward. He's looking very consistent throughout this entire session. Vortex stays gritty, clawing his way back into this contest. The pressure is starting to mount on the higher ranked player. He is simply refusing to back down, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. He's absolutely surging now, locking in a 3rd straight win to pull this series level. He puts a stop to that charge, picking his opponent off the Tetris. Just a slight edge in their favor coming into this one. Catalyst now leads by 2, keeping his lead safe. He answers right back with a hard-fought victory to take total control of the series. He's definitely putting his overall ladder superiority on display. Vortex just casually picks him off the wine, showing a lot of heart to stay in this. He's making a stand, securing another round to narrow this gap. Unbelievable. He's just completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. He is absolutely taking over the server, and now he's just a single round away from the win. What a way to end regulation. We are heading straight into overtime after that powerhouse effort. What a fight! He barely manages to survive that exchange to put himself one step closer to victory. Absolutely gutsy to pull that out with such low health. Absolute tenacity from the underdog to bring things completely level in the first map's extra frames. What a display of strength, just completely outclassing his opponent to move one step closer to closing this out. Both these players are essentially mirroring each other. It's becoming an absolute stalemate at this point. This puts him in a great position to finally seal the deal. What a precise shot! He keeps the momentum swinging and is now just one step away from victory. Unbelievable! He closes it out in a blink, completing a stunning comeback to take the victory. He's finally shaken off that history with his rival to secure the win. After that insane battle in overtime, he just refused to break. What a performance!